What I'm trying to say in the final analysis, once we take control of ourselves, we have to stop being imitators and be innovators. And realize we've got a continent 12 million square miles. Wherever our bodies are on the face of this earth, our cultural and political heartbeat is in Africa. Whether you ever go to Africa or not, that is your home, that is the home of your spirit, and that is the heart and meaning and definition of your commitment. And none of us, any place in the world, will be free until that continent is free.
The Masi Warrior Clan was created because myself and others like Brother Nahisi saw a need for a young African group to analyze information concerning the African phenomena with no bias, with rigor, and with scholarship. We created the Masi Warrior Clan for the purpose of being an expert research team, of being a team that produced products, a team that was capable of producing products for African people globally to dispel myths, rumors, and provide them with accurate scholarship.
it up, and he was like, I don't debate y'all. Y'all too disrespectful. Aboriginal Power won't even debate Sean because he too disrespectful.
He is though. No, he really is though. I can't really like you, bro. You cool. Not a coincidence. I actually chop it up, but niggas that come off too heated and disrespectful, like I said, I'll debate you, bro. But we gotta get in the ring first. If you're gonna be disrespectful like that, at least disrespect me in the ring, bro. Let's start now, bro. Can you disrespect me in a cage, bro? Like, I'd rather just do that. Then we go straight from the cage. I mean, put your ice on the way to the motherfucking computer, and we'll debate directly after that, nigga. Shit.
That's why I don't need these. Fucking with the nigga and shit. You feel me? Like, it's like, wait, bro, talk like that, man.
He is. He too.
We gotta get face to face with you to talk to you like that, my nigga.
Yeah, Peanut. You feel me? Go ahead, I got my brother already. Peanut, what's the word, my brother? What's the champ?
Yeah, I appreciate you, man, but Lucky, let me say this, man. First of all, I'm an older brother. I'm young in spirit as I stay in shape. But I'm older. I deserve respect. Don't lie on me. You're not going to get nowhere lying because that's what's going to make you fall face first. Second of all, I'm well known in the Pan-African community. I'm not nobody new. You're younger than me. You don't know this. I didn't put in work and expose Rob Bourne, Sutek, any of them people over there. They know it deep down inside. And I'm gonna be long-winded. I'm a Moorish American. I already had back and forth with them dude. They erased videos. I'm not running from anybody. Don't ever say that stupid shit again. Third, and last but not least, I'm not losing no debate to no Pan-African. So don't ever say that shit again, famo. And that's it. Appreciate y'all, man.
So you heard it. If Sean P want to debate, tell him to debate the champ over there, right?
Sutek wanted so this like it's a pecking order. It's a pecking. So Sean want you and Sutek want him. You say PMF ain't on his
no problem. There's no problem, man. Let's set up the Sutek debate, man. I don't like him anyway.
Okay, so I love that son, brother. I love that warrior mentality.
That's how it's going. I love to tell Sutek, tell me. There ain't nothing. My champ always in the chat. Album pop in, we'll set a topic, we'll set a date, we'll make it pay-per-view. We'll chop it up behind the scenes, I get their contact, we'll make it work. So, right here. He ain't ducking no phase, bro.
But that's what I'm saying. He do this over here on y'all channel, but then when we get in other
hey, alright, I will block your ass, nigga, because I'm well known for disrupting them chats over there. Nigga, stop fucking lying, nigga. You a goofy, nigga. I would never let a lame ass nigga lie on me in my face, clown.
You gonna block me and I don't be
it ain't no time I ain't ever been on the Pan-African channel and made my impact. Stop lying. I'm a real man, bro. Stop lying, fam. Don't do PNF like that.
PNF, he trying to trigger you, brother. And
word the fuck up.
But listen, he did that to me, talking about, oh, word on the street, I'm ducking from John P. I've never even had but one conversation with this little disrespectful motherfucker.
Oh, okay, yeah, he a little lot. He like,
well, he like,
How the fuck y'all find an African in my fucking family, but y'all ain't find
his
y'all
own genealogy?
Shut the fuck up. That don't make sense, for one. Listen, y'all don't know what y'all did.
I don't feel like you standing on business.
Y'all lied on me, because y'all won't even know if that's me. And if y'all can trace that shit back to it's me, it's only 2 people in YouTube that got my information.
Yeah, he died by his own genealogy. You ain't an Indian, you ain't got a lot of me. Half of this track, best believe you lose a lot of sleep. Probably because you made it up to us honestly. You ain't a Cherokee, nope. You ain't a Chickasaw, nope. You ain't a Blackfoot, nope. Nigga, get lost. You just a fool with low comprehension. So I gotta come through with the henchmen. NAC, Sean P, Shy Son, Lucky. Don't forget Jay, got no time to play. Call that apple slipping with his genealogy. Now he's a con and I ain't talking about a singer. I'm coming for the top apple leader. He ain't a teacher, he's a preacher. He can't keep up, so we leave him. Yeah, he died by his own genealogy. You ain't an Indian, you ain't got a lot of me. After the track, best believe you lose a lot of sleep. Probably because you made it up to us possibly. You ain't a Cherokee, no. You ain't a Chickasaw, no. You ain't a Blackfoot. Nigga, get lost. You just a fool with low comprehension. So I gotta come through with the henchmen. NAC, Sean P, Shy Son, Lucky. Don't forget Jay, got no time to play. Caught an apple slipping off his genealogy. Now he's a con. OTK. TKO. Now he's a con. OTK. You died. TKO. Genealogy.
From Africa, but they will be able to tell you about Africa. They wouldn't be vaguely saying they from Africa, brother. Like when a European says I'm from Europe, he doesn't say I'm from Europe. He says I'm from Germany. I'm from a particular province. I still got people out there, right? You know, when people say hold on. When people say they from Asia, they tell you where about from Asia they from. They tell you their province. They tell you they still got people out there. These people will confirm that they are indeed a part of their heritage. But you niggas was calling y'all African? Oh, mysteriously, you have no contact with the people you say you descend from. So I don't believe you. Bro.
Hating Africa and hating the African, we ended up even hating ourselves without even realizing it. Because you can't hate the roots of a tree and not hate the tree. The roots of a tree and not hate the tree.
You ain't no Indian, please try again. Everybody know you's an African. And Malcolm X said, you can't hate the root without hating the tree. Now take a look at you, you's a wannabe Cherokee. And I told you before, you need some therapy. And why you never show the genealogy? You owe your ancestors an apology. And you know they turning over inside of their graves just because you don't wanna come from a slave. So you gotta take this whip in. I caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple. Caught another apple. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple. Let's go slipping. Caught another apple. Let's go slipping. Caught another apple. Caught another. Let's go. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple. Caught another apple. Caught another apple slipping. Yo, check this out, man. You wasn't already here, man. Dane Calloway lied to you, man. The research guy lied to you, man. Karemio lied to you, man. Your ancestors come from Africa, whether you like it or not. So no matter what you do, no matter what you say, you will always be an African. You can't deny the facts. You can't deny the evidence. You can't deny the genealogy. You can't deny the DNA. You can't deny it, man. Whether you like it or not, you are African. Caught an apple slipping. That's all we do. That's all we do. Let's go.
Got some dewy-eyed thing that you got a friend. I still ask you to look at that mirror. And if nothing's staring back at you is friendly, then you've got no friend.
Peace to everybody in the chat. It's your boy Sean P in the place to be, man. Like the show, share the show, tell a friend, we're live. It's good to be here. We're going to react to the debate from the other day. Do Black Americans practice more African or Indian culture? Before we do that, I want to say peace to Willie, the bar reloaded. Eric, what's good with you? Mika, fat-headed ass is in the building, and Kay. How you doing? Rise in the building. Those of you who will catch the replay or anything after the fact, you know what I'm saying? Peace Pure, what's good with you? That boy said, Purple Boy Williams got the longest intro. Nah, bro. Mine's at 15 minutes, bro. Y'all be over there on smoke signal shit for like 30 minutes, listening to 45 minutes, listening to music. And it's only 15 minutes for a reason. But anyway, what's up, Melanated? What's good with you? Definitely gonna get into this business real quick. So, before I start the debate, I want to properly define a few things. And the reason that I want to properly define these things is because if you don't have a basis for it, then you're not going to follow the conversation, right? You're not going to follow the conversation. And I need to make sure that you understand the conversation. So I'm going to start with the latest rendition of a definition or a term for culture, and then I'm going to work my way up to more recent scholarship. And the reason that I am doing that is because we need to properly understand the situation before getting into this conversation or this teaching moment, I should say. Hold on. All right, so let me zoom in a little bit, scroll up. This is The Nature of Cultural Behavior. It's the book right here. I'm on page 202 of the book. Anyway, the term culture has appeared in many chapters in the first part of this book. And I went directly into to the concept of culture because it gives us best insight. So on the first hearing the word culture, many students feel already aware of its significance. Culture is a set of refined behaviors, a case of having acquired the right taste in books, food, and music. It is being cultured. In its popular sense, culture refers to behaviors that not everyone has, but that in a value-laden sense, they ought to strive towards in such a usage. Hold on. Let me make this bigger on the screen. What's up, Infinite Minds? What up, Teddy? What's good? There are those who are cultured and those who are culturally deprived. Although it is possible to consider certain behaviors as better or higher than others, especially if they are your behaviors, the concept of culture is this narrow sense encompassing only certain behaviors. It is not grounds for more of the more formal anthropological conception. For anthropologists, the term culture includes behaviors shared in general in the light of above all books, foods, habits, and music, from Beatles to Brahms. In this sense, all humans have culture by fact of their very existence as part of humanity. Although anthropologists are in agreement to the universality of culture in a sense, we are not all in agreement as to how best it ought to be defined. That goes back to a conversation last night that Asar and the two Asars, the Jed pillars, were having when Asar Imhotep was, providing his argument of something about cultured, uncultured, etc. Right? There's still this sense of how to best define, how to be defined. However, this failure is typically of social scientists in general. The more overreaching and important concepts are the most difficult to define to everyone's satisfaction. All right. Ask a sociologist to define society or a psychologist the term personality. Not that we haven't tried. Hundreds of formal anthropological definitions of the term culture exist. Before attempting to add to the confusion with the compromise definition, perhaps a brief presentation of a few would be valuable as a background. So here are just a few definitions of culture. All right. One of the earliest definitions was by E.B. Taylor, founding father of anthropology, who was often quoted in this connection. He stated that culture is the complex whole which includes knowledge, beliefs, art, moral, law, custom, and any other capabilities and habits acquired by man as a member of society. One more time. It is that the complex whole, which includes knowledge, belief, art, morals, law, custom, and any other capabilities and habits acquired by man as a member of society. This laundry list of behaviors and the fact that we are characterized by the virtue of being born as human beings, again suggesting the universal nature of the concept. There are behaviors that we possess and that other primates do not. Listing such traits, however, does not really give us a feeling for their unique qualities. A second definition stretches that culture could be equated with all those human behaviors that are transmitted from generation to generation by learning. This suggests the non-biological nature of much of human behavior as that which makes us humans unique. It also suggests, as many different writers have pointed out, that such behaviors are superorganic. That is, they existed over and above any single human being. They are passed on as though they had a separate existence, like the English language, even though they are expressed by and through human beings. One generation of humans is gone, but the cultural melody lingers on to the next. Still, another definition of culture has been advanced by a sociological Talcott Parsons, who suggests that culture is all in a part of a system of action. For him, culture results from social interaction in the past, and it proves useful or necessary. It becomes a guide for further human behavior. This indicates the conception of culture as a normative system, the system of agreements we humans have built up and validated. All right, so there are aspects of culture, right? These aspects of culture are clear. If you're unfamiliar with those aspects of culture, right? Let me just give you a brief example of some of those elements. So elements of culture, symbols. Symbols is one, like hand gestures and so on and so forth. Language. Language is one. Okay, so you got symbols and you got language. You got norms, right? If you're unfamiliar with norms, they're like rules regarding what kinds of behaviors is acceptable and appropriate in the culture. Then you have rituals. So those would equate to changing norms and beliefs, which are associated. You got values, right? You got artifacts, right? Those are some examples of culture. It's like 7 of them out there, but I just wanted to name some of those things, right? Because you also got, you go into arts, you got arts, crafts, music. You know, we all should understand that wholeheartedly. So now that we have that, I want to go to a more modern usage, right? So I'm gonna come from another cultural anthropological book. Okay. And let me skip just a little bit because they're talking about a shooting that happened and all these people paid attention to it, yada, 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 yada. So we're going to go right here to what is culture. When people hear the word culture, they often link that about material goods or artistic forms produced by distinct groups of people, Chinese food, Middle Eastern music, Indian clothing, Greek architecture, African dancing. Sometimes people assume that culture means elite art forms such as those displayed in the museums, operas, or ballets. But for anthropologists, culture is much more. It encompasses people's entire way of life. It is a system of knowledge, beliefs, patterns of behaviors, artifacts, and institutions that are created, learned, shared, and contested by a group of people. Ladies and gentlemen, one of the key emphasis is institutions that are created. That was someone's argument yesterday, right? When you start talking about the elements of culture and you're not realizing how vast it is, but this is it. Culture is our guide for understanding and interacting with the people and the world around us. It includes shared norms, values, symbols, mental maps of reality and material objects, as well as structures of power, including the media, education, religion, and politics, in which our understanding of the world is shaped and negotiated. A cultural group may be a large, small, or large or small, and it may have within it significant diversity of region, religion, race, gender, sexuality, class, generation, and ethnic identity. It may not be accepted by everyone, even those living in a particular place or time, but ultimately the culture that we've learned has a potential to shape our ideas of what is normal or natural, what can we say and do, and even what we can think. Culture is learned and taught. Humans do not genetically inherit culture. We learn culture throughout our lives from the people and organizations that surround us. Anthropologists call the process of learning culture enculturation. Some aspects of culture we learn through formative instructions. English class in school, religious instructions, visits to the doctor, history lessons, dance classes. Other processes of enculturation are informal and even unconscious as we observe culture from family, friends, and other media. All humans are equally capable of learning culture and of learning any culture that are exposed to. And while the process of social learning and passing information across generations is not unique to humans, humans have developed a unique capacity for culture. Culture is taught and learned. Humans establish cultural institutions as mechanisms for enculturating their members. Schools, medical and legal systems, media, and religious instructions promote the ideas and concepts that are considered appropriate behavior and thinking. Culture is shared, yet contested. I'll come back to this later on if necessary. But what I want to do now is make sure that we have a brief understanding of culture, because what we're about to get into is going to be a wild ride. I actually have this this book in a PDF version from this institution of cultural anthropology, and as you click on the book, it'll take you to like what you see on the screen, and it's the whole book. But culture is the patterns of learned and shared behavior and beliefs of a particular social, ethnic, or age group. It can also be described as a complex whole, collective human beliefs with the structured stage of civilization that can be specific to a nation or a time period. Humans in turn use culture to adapt and transform the world they live in, right? I mentioned this earlier. So you got learn, share, pattern, adaptive, symbolic. You got culture versus culture. This is really a thing, but I just want to kind of give you this. It's also in the description of the video, but I just wanted to add it to the equation of the conversation so that now that we have properly defined culture. Shawnee, what are you talking about? What you talking about, Melanie? What I need some help for? All right. So let's get into the debate. Melanator said, who debated? Well, we're about to see.
away. We're doing 10-minute rounds. Also with a 3-minute rebuttal.
I thought it was 15 minutes, Bat.
I don't know. I thought it was 10 minutes. I'm not for sure.
It was 15.
Okay, 15 with the 3-minute rebuttal. We locked in. All right, and let's get ready to go. Hey, man, make sure y'all support the channel, man. We putting this on for the people, man. Support them off the channel. 15 minutes with a 3-minute rebuttal. That's a total of 8 minutes. 18 minutes. You got your 15 minutes, Truthful, and you ready to go whenever you ready to go.
All right. You go and start right now, bro. All right, y'all. So I call this niggas and culture for a reason. Because it seems like
hold on one second. Hey, Waka, if you don't mind, brother, just for the aesthetics, can you stay on camera, bro? I mean, if you can, just for the aesthetics.
I mean,
Waka, if you can hear me.
I said, my camera, you're not gonna be able to see my face anyways, like the last time. So I just keep it off. I got to get a new webcam.
That's all right.
Oh, okay.
We keep going there.
All right, go ahead, Truthful.
I'll show you what I'm talking about.
Go ahead, let me see. Truthful, you can turn your camera back on.
It must be. Nah, that shit ain't even working, bro.
All right, it's all good. Do your thing. Truthful.
All right, man. I call this niggas and culture for a reason. Featuring me and YK. So the first thing we have to ask is, what is culture? Now, a simple Google search from Oxford Dictionary says that 1, the arts and other manifestations of human intellectual achievement regarding collectivity, customs, arts, social institutions, and achievements of a particular nation, people, or other social groups. I'm here to tell you, this is actually incorrect. What is culture? I'm telling you, it's not what you think. The definition of culture was changed in 1871 by Sir Edward Burnett Taylor, who lived from 1832 to 1917. And he was an English scholar who believed culture is comprised of art, morals, customs, laws, and many other aspects that we know of today. Cultural anthropology is the study of human societies and cultures. Edward was born in Camberwell, England, and he began studying anthropology and soon became the father of cultural anthropology, taught his first lecture in 1896 at Oxford University, then was elected president of the Anthropological Society in 1891 and knighted in 1912. We're gonna need Hawk School to talk about this knighted stuff. The Anthropology Society was founded in 1859 in Paris. At the same time, Charles Darwin's book, The Origin of Species, was published. 1871, Edward Tyler authored his first textbook with his definition of the word culture, which later inspires notable disciples such as German-American father of American anthropology, who immigrated from Germany to New Netherlands or New York City, Franz Uri Boas. Right? Knowing that European ideology was exceedingly discriminatory, we must also scrutinize that the creation of the word culture was changed post-bellum, 1865, and 1871, during the Reconstruction period. So a great many of things have transpired to change the original definition of what culture is. That would mean that culture, as we know it is, again, incorrect. So what really is culture? Culture, in Noah Webster's 1828 dictionary, says to cultivate. Etymology Online says that, let me share that screen. Hold up. right, let me share another screen real quick, man.
Go ahead.
Where is it? Come on. Oh, there it is. That tab. All right. You got me back?
Yep.
Sure. All right. So, as you look at etymology online, right? Culture comes from the mid-15th century, early 1400s. The tilling of the land, act of preparing the earth for crops, from Latin cultura, cultivating agriculture, figuratively, care, culture, and honoring, from participant stem of colere, to tend, guard, to till, to cultivate, so on and so forth. This is where the word comes from. Latin, meaning to handle crops. This is the word that you are using without even knowing. Culture, 1914 originally, ideals of civilizations as conceived by the Germans, a word for the First World War in English, not right? Okay, cool. So now that we understand that, and knowing that Noah Webster's actually has 7, let me see. I gotta show that. So how much time I got, Bap?
You got 13 minutes. I'm gonna let you know when your time is encroaching, okay? I promise you. Just cook. And you might need to just cook, brother.
Say less.
And share your entire screen so you ain't gotta stop sharing and re-sharing. Just share your entire screen so you can click on your tabs and go.
Hey. That mugging let me do that though. Damn. Oh, I gotta stop first. Share screen. I'm tired. There we go. Yeah, now we cook. Cooking with grease now. Yes, sir. All right, so here we are. We go down. Culture, now cultivate. Same exact thing. 1828, not 1850, right? So when we get to this, who really received culture? Now that we understand where the term definition is of culture, it deals with cultivating and tilling land. It is not this anglicized German post-bellum Civil War when they want to change things to try and boost up their societal accomplishments. With the antebellum definition based on the Semio-Platonic papers found in 1986, that is, where they at? Right here. Right. And if we go all the way to the first table, we see that the origin of multiple crops on these lists come from America. Some of them do come from the Eastern Hemisphere. We're going to get into that later. But we can see that America was very rich in culture, so much in fact that it was able to export to multiple continents. Africa has received a great bit of American culture with numerous crops like sweet potatoes, peanuts, pineapples, chili peppers, tomatoes, guava, and potatoes. Africa adopted and loved the sweet potato, peanuts, chili peppers, and many more, creating popular dishes such as mafe, jollof rice, which is an equivalent to Spanish rice, which is almost the same as jambalaya, Irio, which I don't know if I'm saying it right, which is Kenya, which uses both corn and potatoes. Both crops come from the Americas. And yabe, which is a West African dish that uses tomato broth and cassava and sweet potatoes, which all come from America. African cuisine has evolved since the introduction of American culture. It is very common to associate Negro American cuisine, soul food, with African cuisine. But this would be an oxymoron. Why do I say that? Because how can Africans, such as YK, say that his culture influenced my people, the Indians, if we had to give the crops to them in the first place? And I'm gonna show y'all when it even got over there in the first place. It should be noted that soul food dishes such as black-eyed peas, which do have a West African origin, collard greens, which has an Asian origin, and Africa, and okra, which have African origin. Other than that, most of the dishes that we eat in soul food originate in America, such as mashed potatoes, sweet potato pie, or casserole, cornbread, which is also Indian bread. You want to see the source for that? I got you right here. Cornbread, Indian meal, Indian bread, it's the same thing. There's a source for that. I'm just gonna open it up so y'all can take a little glimpse of that. Pause if you want to see. But yeah, Indian muffins, Indian dumplings, Indian flipper, all made from cornbread. Cornbread is Indian muffins. So Indian bread is cornbread, and even filet gumbo, which I can show you right now, actually has roots in America and not Africa. Filet powder was a spice used from dried and ground leaves such as sassafras, the sassafras tree, native to North America. The tree roots were once used to flavor root beer before discovering the compound in the root bark, saffron. However, the leaves used to make filet powder are safe by leaves in cooking. Filet powder is primarily used in Creole and Cajun cuisine as a thickening agent and a flavor enhancer. It has distinctive earthly flavor for root beer. Here we go right here. Filet powder has a deep cultural roots in Louisiana cooking, particularly gumbo, one of the state's most famous dishes. Native Americans used sassafras before European colonization, and the Choctaw or Chata tribe first used ground sassafras leaves in cooking. The French and Spanish colonists adopted the ingredient into culinary traditions, which later evolved into Creole and Cajun cuisine. The most well-known dish that uses filet powder is gumbo, especially gumbo filet. So once again, it wasn't until the African came and put okra in the gumbo, which there's a folklore for that it was supposed to represent the coming together of multiple cultures. That's why it's called the melting pot. But we see how that turned out. But that's where gumbo comes from. Now, granted, I will say the Bantu word for okra is kingambo. Actually, the Choctaw word for filet is combo.
You got 7 minutes and 18 seconds.
All right, bet. So we see that majority of the foods we eat from America already, right? This was the beginning of the great cultural exchange. Remember, the definition of culture is to cultivate, and the etymology of culture is to cultivate, to till the land. So for nearly 5 months, Columbus explored the Caribbean, particularly the islands of Juana, Cuba, Hispaniola, Santo Domingo, before returning to Spain. Left for 30 men, blah, 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 yada, yada, yada. Came back to Spain only with 10 to 25 American Indians or Native Americans or whatever you want to call them to take back to Spain. Only 8 survived. Columbus brought back small amounts of gold as well as native birds, plants that show the richness of the continent he believed was Asia. And that's what this picture is displaying right here. There's Columbus. These are the Indians. This is the pineapples that they brought, the bird, feather hair crowns. This was made by Ramon Puigati, who lived in 1820. And it says right here, the Spanish monarchs received Columbus in Barcelona after his first voyage. British and Dutch in America. As European nations now astounded with the New World, the British would set its sights on a particular product. In 1601, King James I chartered Sir John Watts to set up the East India Company in 1601 to 1874. The East India Company would do massive trade with the East Indies. To become so successful, Sir John would soon run the Virginia Company. Virginia Company was chartered in 1607 and gave British its first colony, Jamestown, in 1607. The British was now satisfied with that product they loved and missed since 1565, tobacco. quickly became the biggest exporter of Virginia. With the help of the American Indians who harvested and sold tobacco, it would come to no surprise that another company would soon open up. A Dutch or German ship arrived in Jamestown October 1st, 1608, where many of the Dutchmen would also indulge in the American culture. In 1619, the first ship, White Lion, docked in Jamestown, supposedly, from a Dutch colony in Angola, bringing around maybe 20 to 200 Africans. If you want to see the source for that, that is actually right. Well, this is the West India Company. Wait a minute. Hold up.
4 minutes and 28 seconds.
First one, I had that mug up here. No. Damn. Shit, I'm gonna find that one. I'm gonna find that one to show that one. But in 1621, the Dutch decided it was, time to copy the British and form its own company. Willem Uselix, I don't know how to say that, founded the Dutch West India Company in New Amsterdam in 1624. The Dutch, too, began trading tobacco from the northern regions of America with colonies in Africa and America. The Dutch quickly was making profit. This picture is from the 1770s, the advertisement for tobacco. These are the Indians up there. Ooh, wrong slide. I forgot to take that out. Don't mind that. Why does this matter? The Columbian Exchange gave 3 continents exposure to food that they never seen before. Europe would receive numerous crops in the early years since 1492, whereas Africa would not receive some of these American crops until the 18th century, 1700s. Another impactful region is the Southeast Asia, who introduced many to bananas, mangoes, oranges, and plenty others. These crops were brought to America, which had the most fertile soil. American culture single-handedly is home to 1/3 of the crops used worldwide, meaning that African slaves came to America to practice American culture since they're tilling American land. I concede that right. Fertile soil. American culture single-handedly is home to 1/3 of the crops used worldwide, meaning that African slaves came to America to practice American culture since they're tilling American land. Ooh, wrong slide. I forgot to take that out. Don't mind that. Why does this matter? The Columbian Exchange gave 3 continents exposure to food that they never seen before. Europe would receive numerous crops in the early years since 1492, whereas Africa would not receive some of these American crops until the 18th century, 1700s. Another impactful region is the Southeast Asia, who introduced many to bananas, mangoes, oranges, and plenty others. These crops would make it were brought to America.
My bad, y'all. I was on mute. But what I was saying was, while I was on mute, was that this dude just defeated the ABO argument, the FBA ABO argument with the Columbian Exchange, because the indigenous autonomous ABO argument is that they have always been in the Americas and they civilized Europe and Africa. They also said that there was a trade that happened before the Europeans ever got here between Africans and the indigenous peoples. So if that is not the case, right, you just put these people against each other. So now you have made a reference point that there was no trading between Africa and the Americas. There was none of that. And the Columbian Exchange is the evidence or the avenue in which you're using to determine all of that. All right, great. So now that you've said that, you went along and then you proceeded to say this.
Which had the most fertile soil. American culture single-handedly is home to 1/3 of the crops used worldwide, meaning that African slaves came to America to practice American culture since they're tilling American land.
You said that Africans came to America to practice American culture, hence they're tilling the land. Is crazy. You don't understand what culture is. You don't understand what culture is. You clearly don't. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is why I defined it earlier on, so you can understand what you're getting into before you get into it, because there's a reason why. Look at this. American culture single-handedly is home to 1/3 of the crops used worldwide, meaning that African slaves came to America to practice American culture. So you don't think that Africans were already, based on your understanding of the word or the definition or the way you tried to shape it, that they weren't tilling their own lands? They weren't already growing crops? Is that what you're arguing? The debate is titled, right? The debate is, do Black Americans practice more African or Indian culture? That's the debate. So the definition is on culture. How is it defined? What are the elements of culture? And then expressing through examples of Indian culture and what would be considered African culture. None of that was done in the first round. No foundation was actually set. You lost us on all these points. And lo and behold, your keyboard has taken a freaking beating. That was one of the most poorish, unprepared rounds I ever seen in my life. Poor and unprepared. There's no way that anyone in the chat can tell me that this gentleman was ready to spar and argue if Black Americans are practice more African or Indian culture. Right, I'm tired of them too. Let's go.
I concede that round.
And yes, they do not know how to use digress or concede appropriately. As he said, he concedes that round. He did. He said it. He concedes the round.
All right.
You got 2 minutes left, bro. You done?
Yeah. I can see that round.
All right, YK. Coming in, decent round, man. I think you should pick your energy up on your second round, man. Your energy kind of low. Get in your bag. Nice round, though. Solid information.
Yeah.
YK coming in with his first round.
Let's get it.
Then you ready to get your screen share ready? I see.
All right, let me get a test run of this.
For the steps I be beating the odds, and the blood it be making me calm. Right turn just like I'm Saddam. I'ma blow it just like I'm a bomb. I'ma leave it.
Also, man, hey, y'all support the channel, man. These are free debates, 2 on back to back. We got a couple more lined up this week, and I think we got one paid debate, pay-per-view debate coming up. But man, we give y'all fire debates, decent debates, you know what I mean? No argument, good information. Support the channel, man. Support the channel.
Hold on, AP, give me a second.
Cash App information.
I gotta share my screen real quick.
Right, okay. Well, it's on the screen right now.
Nah, I got another one. Hold on. All right, you see that one?
Yeah.
All right, throw that one on real quick.
Whenever you start, your 18 minutes to start. Your 3-minute rebuttal in 15 minutes.
All right, you can start it.
One of the things that made the Black Muslim movement grow was its emphasis upon things African. This was the secret to the growth of the Black Muslim movement. African blood, African origin.
Can you hear it?
African ties. And you'd be surprised. We discovered that
Yeah, I can hear it.
subconscious of the Black man in this country, he's still more African than he is American. He thinks that he's more American than African because the man is jiving him. The man is brainwashing him every day. First, you have to realize that up until 1959, Africa was dominated by the colonial powers. And by the colonial powers of Europe having complete control over Africa.
All right. I'm gonna restart that over.
All right, go ahead. I'm gonna pause your time right quick.
Cause I didn't know I can blow it up.
All right, support the channel, man. Support the channel. Support the channel. Y'all know the Cash App. Support the channel. We'll bring the chat back without having the subscribers only type shit. Y'all support the channel. We'll bring the chat back.
The movement grow was its emphasis upon things African. This was the secret to the growth of the Black Muslim movement. African blood, African origin, African culture, African ties. And you'd be surprised. We discovered that deep within the subconscious of the Black man in this country, he's still more African than he is American. He thinks that he's more American than African because the man is jiving him. The man is brainwashing him every day. First, you have to realize that up until 1959, Africa was dominated by the colonial powers. And by the colonial powers of Europe having complete control over Africa, they projected the image of Africa negatively. They projected Africa always in a negative light. Jungles, savages, cannibals, nothing civilized. And naturally, it was so negative until it was negative to you and me. And you and I began to hate it. We didn't want anybody to tell us anything about Africa, much less call us an African. And in hating Africa and hating the African, we ended up even hating ourselves without even realizing it. Because you can't hate the roots of a tree and not hate the tree. You can't hate your origin.
All right. So let's get to it now. Now you can go back to the other one, AP. Now, it seems like Truthful don't know what culture is, all right? The etymology of a word doesn't mean that it's the same thing as it today. Because he tried to pull a wool over our eyes and said, well, you know, they changed the definition of culture. But we know what culture is. But see, he had to do that because he can't show you that we practice more Indian culture than African culture. He want to keep us in a box of just food. You get what I'm saying? But I'm not going to let Truthful do that. So what is culture? It says, yes, culture is fundamentally a way of life for a group of people, right? So you got art, food, dressing, all of this stuff. Excuse me. It said when we speak of culture, we refer to the principles of behaving, the values and the material possessions of people. You got the American culture, you got Western culture, you got Indian culture. So in this debate, I'm going to prove that we have more African culture than Indian culture. All right. Now let's talk about okra. Okra is a crop that came directly from Africa during the transatlantic slave trade. It includes rice, okra, tinea, black-eyed peas, kidney beans, lima beans. All Africans brought this over to America. Yes, grandma was throwing them lima beans and them kidney beans on your plate. That's not an Indian dish. All right. So you got black-eyed peas, right? What else do you got? You got the peanut. That's called goober. The next important crop to arrive to the United States by way of Africa was the peanut. The peanut is known by several names, including ground nut, earth nut, and ground peas. You even got a Civil War song called Goober Peas. You wouldn't have none of that without Africa. Now he wants to talk about cornbread, right? But guess what? Africans made their own type of cornbread because without the milk, without the eggs and all of that, it was just corn and water. So no, traditional Native American cornbread didn't use milk. It was a simple mix of cornmeal and water. So when y'all make fun of fufu, what is fufu? Bread and water, starch. So it says right here, the first major contribution by Africans to North America was in the arena of
12 minutes.
Was in the arena of cattle. So you ain't gonna have no cows without Africa. When the Fulani people from Senegambia, along with longhorn cattle, were imported to South Carolina, colonial herds increased from 500 to 6,000, right? When you think about the cowboy, that's from Africa. It said originally a cowboy was an African who worked with cattle, just as a houseboy who worked in the house. They don't call them horse boys. They don't call cowboys horse boys. They call them cowboys. And cow is from Africa. All right. Cornbread wasn't new to Africans. Fufu is just water and bread. Y'all wasn't doing none of that. Yes, traditional fufu is pounded meal made by boiling starch foods like cassava and yams. So you want to talk about cornbread, now you got to hold that L, because without the milk that came from the cow, that shit was just bread and water. You know the stuff that grandma made that y'all love so much? That's a new rendition. That's new. We're not talking about the original one. All right, so you got to hold that L. And the reports of slavers found in a journal from the ship Mary, June 20th, 1796, cornbread was mentioned as one of the African foods provided for their cargo. As early as 1739, naturalist Mars Caseby noted that slaves made a mush from cornmeal called cornbread. Also, they got guinea corn in Africa, and they were making this shit as well. Then you got to talk about African rice. Most people associate rice with Asia, but rice is also of African origin. Among the 24 species of the Arizo genus, only 2 were domesticated, one in Asia and the other one in West Africa. This is what your ancestors was growing on those plantations, okay? Now, you wouldn't get peanut oil without peanuts. That's African. Peanut milk, that's African. We got the black eyed peas, that's African, right? We even got medicine. Yo, am I blowing that up? Can y'all read that? AP, can you read that? Is it blown up enough? Mic check, mic check. All right, well.
Yes, 9 minutes and 8 seconds. 9 minutes and 8
cool.
seconds.
So it says right here. Now, this is about medicine. And this is a slave narrative. It said there have been some queer things white folks can't understand. These and folks can see the spirits, but I can't. My mammy learned me lots of doctrine. What she learned from old folks in Africa. So we're talking about Africans bringing medicine as well. All right. It said they often chose to speak their native language among themselves, even after they learned English. They said goober was for peanuts, songhai was for tobacco, and kanzo was for pot. We even got African pottery. African slaves made pottery that traced back to Africa. We have the archaeology that proves we practice African culture. All right, pottery. Africans made pottery, right? The marks on the base of this is an X from the Karubo plantation in South Carolina. This says right here, the cosmogram is a geometric representation of the cosmos used traditionally among Bakonga priests from the southwest coast of Africa. See, I'm showing you in real time that we practice more African culture than Indian culture. What about African castor oil? You know, when you grow your dreads and you use that castor oil? Well, enslaved Africans in the Americas were well aware of the diverse use of castor plant, which is native to sub-Sahara Africa. Did it say America? No. They employed it to treat skin disorders, ophthalmic infections, venereal diseases, joint pain, gastrointestinal problems. So we got that. Now let's go back because I felt I left something out. Let me take my time. All right. So it says, in an era when candles were the only use of illumination, the castor plant offered an important alternative. So you got the castor oil. You even got things like smoking pipes. All the inland Negroes take this tobacco, but those who live among us and barely converse with the Europeans have Portuguese or other Brazil tobacco. Now look at what it says about the Negroes. It said both the male and female of the Negroes are very fond of this tobacco. They will part with the very last penny, which should buy them bread, and suffer hunger rather than to live without this tobacco. Now, if you look at these pipes, that's from the Ashanti, that's from West Africa. And according to Wiener, it said, right here, it said, which yet agrees very well. All right, it says some of them have pipes made of reeds, which are about 6 foot long, to the end of which is fixed of stone or earthen bone. The pipe is filled. So this pipe right here is from Africa. All right, there goes some more pipes. It said from all this follows the inevitable conclusion that the tobacco pipe in America began its career as a Mandingo amulet. You gotta hold that L. All right, AP, how much time I got left?
You got 5 minutes and 4 seconds.
So the first mention of gumbo, because he talked about, you know, how gumbo and okra and all that. But what he failed to mention is that the first mention of gumbo came from an African woman of the Mandingo Nation. It said in Africans in colonial St. Louis, Dr. Gwendolyn Hall argues that this document offers the first reference to gumbo. All right? An African Mandingo woman. This is from the Louisiana colonial documents. All right? Now, this right here is the baskets. And it says at the top, Alfred Graham was the first teacher of bastry and pen. Here he sits all week before his house, his wife Susan, watching from the porch, his young grandson learning his own way. Mr. Graham had brought the craft from Africa. And this is 1909. We got folklores, right? I'm showing you in real time that we practice more African culture. You got the West African folklore. Although facets of African folklore did endure in America, they often took on new forms depending on local context. The figure of the Anansi spider survived more intact than most. It originated as a trickster deity among the Akan people of modern Ghana. This is OTK's people. This is an Akan folklore. All right? You got the rabbit, Black America's take on a trickster. This is an African folklore. Shango, every botanical shop you go to in America, there's hundreds of thousands of them. And you're going to see these African deities in there. You got High John the Conqueror from Africa, okay? This is African roots. You can't practice hoodoo without these things. And if you in the South, I'm pretty sure you heard of the High John root. It's an African root that traced High John to an African prince. You gotta hold this L. You got Mama Wata, a spiritual connection to the sea. Like, I'm gonna beat this guy up. Wait, sources. What about the Gullah dialect? Where there's African languages all throughout the Gullah. All throughout the Gullah, they found African words. And I want to take my time. You know what? Let me double back because I want to save some. I felt like I did a little bit of rushing. All right. So let's go to here. All right. It says the milestone neighbor was widow Sophia Tillman, whose husband had earlier purchased slaves. At Reverend John Landrum's cell, he brought 30 of the Africans. Those and others sold in the area made an odd fit in the local Black community. For some of them had teeth filled to points and jaws so strong they could chew out the rims of a pigtail. It said they had tribal tattoos on their chests and foreheads. So they had African tattoos brought with them. And they brought this culture, this goober culture. So you gotta hold that L, man. Now let's keep going. We got the castor oil, we got the castor plant, we got the tobacco pipes, we got the first mention of gumbo from a Mandingo woman, we got basket making from Africa, we got folklores, we got the Gullah Africanisms of the Gullah dialect. We got the African origins of the cowboy. In the early 1600s, historical records show that slave traders targeted African groups familiar with cattle herding, the Fulani of modern-day Cameroon. New studies show had at least one cow was brought directly from the region at the same time, suggesting that herders and their cattle might have some sort of package. So Africans had those cows. What's my time?
Yeah, that's your time. That's your time. Shout out to YK. Solid round. Solid
I'm trying
round.
to take it a little slow, man. My bad. Yeah.
Solid round. Solid round, man. Let's get into Truthful second round, man. Hey, support the
All right, so the title of the debate is, do Black Americans practice more African or Indian culture? And YK's round, he just starts ripping off examples of Black people in America practicing African culture and giving and providing examples. He should have started off the round by properly defining culture, so that, and the elements that make up culture, so that as he was providing those examples, you could see that not only did he properly define it, but he also gave you the elements that make up culture. Other than that, he was beating the dude up, and you could tell that Truthful was, sounds like to me, he was freestyling, like he was putting his slides together as he was debating. You know what I'm saying? From all this, hold on, stop sharing the screen, then going into other avenues of ignorance, and then continue to saying the things that he was saying. And it's pretty evident here that these dudes do not have a general grasp of what culture is and how it is defined and what that means. He's just speculating on and on and on. Just like the dude True Pilgrim in the chat, arguing everything, but never understanding something. He posed a question earlier about why weren't people saying anything about Africa or singing songs about Africa, but he does not even know. He is very dumb. He's very dumb. He's hurling insults in the chat, and then he making himself look bad because there's things that he doesn't know. And he can't understand that Rogers gave him an answer to one of his songs by Amelia Dolly, and then for Bamini Mata. Yeah, he don't know that. You can go into the Gullah. You ain't even got to go no further than the Gullah and get the song. So he's like, why they don't never mention Africa in the song? What are you talking about, bro? When you're talking about those rituals and those narratives, those songs that were being sung, the practice of and the art form of certain things, all of these things are rooted in Africa. That's what he's showing you even in the debate. That these customs, these traditions that we're running around with, the way that we're singing songs, the way we implemented the drum, the way that, like, even on those plantations when we were doing things, rooted in Africa. This ain't no, you adapt, you assimilate it to a culture and then this, that. No. All of these things have African root. But again, the debate title is, do Black Americans, right, practice more African or Indian culture? And YK provided an excellent answer to the research question. Didn't define it properly, but still. This dude said the Gullah song says nothing about Africa. What Gullah song do you think that I'm talking about? You don't know not one Gullah song. That's the thing. And right, I mean, you just told him it's an African funeral rice song, bro. That's what we're talking about. This is how we know that you don't even know. Sean, they have to be all over the place because they're arguing. Yeah, correct. But let's go. Yes, and that was my point. As soon as we say the Amelia song, YK and I already played this before, but as soon as we say the Amelia song, the conversation is over. It's a song, it's a Mindy song. It's from Africa. We ain't arguing no more. We're going straight to the Amelia song. That answered the question for you, Pilgrim.
The channel, man. I brought the chat back. Drop a fire emoji if y'all enjoying the live stream. I'm gonna take the chat away. We need at least about 5 more people to support the channel. I'm gonna take it back if we don't get no people to support by the end of True Food round. So let's get into it. We got True Food coming right up in here. True Food, get your screen ready. Let me know when you got it ready. Shout out to True Food. Turn up this time, man. Turn up, True Food.
Turned up, man. I'm up.
Stick around.
Man, they activated my trap card, bro. They activated my trap card. See, this is what I be talking about. He's thinking like he knows some stuff, bro. Oh, did my time stop?
Whenever you ready, whenever you start speaking, I start your time.
For the stats, I be beating the odds. And the blood, it be making me calm. Like a turret, just like I'm Saddam. I'ma blow it just like I'm a bomb. I'ma leave it.
All right, y'all. He said, I gotta hold the L. I gotta hold the L. But here's the thing, bro. The only L I really hear is lies. Okay? That's all I'm gonna hear. It's just lies, bro. Like I said, this is the definition of culture. I don't care what nobody says, bro. I don't care. You can sit here and talk, oh, now this, now that. When you lie, like you did, when you sit here and said that lima beans come from Africa, USDA, National Agricultural Library, lima bean. The early history of lima bean was intertwined in the foodways of 2 indigenous peoples, those of South and North America, specifically Peru and the American South. So what is he talking about? Oh, grandma threw them lima beans. She sure the hell did, bro. The hell she took the lima beans on, bro. Then he won't sit here and say kidney beans. Well, here we are again. Dark red kidney beans are dark reddish brown beans with the kidney-shaped form, the feature to which the bean owes its name. Red kidney beans have a soft, creamy flesh with a mild flavor and are thought to have originated in Peru and South America.
You gotta
They
get
were
North
later
South, bro.
spread by traders throughout South
South.
and Central America and brought back to Europe by early Spaniards and all.
You didn't even try.
Blah, 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 bro. So what is he talking about? Bro, hold on, where is it? Where is it, bro? Not this. Once again, a third of the crops come from the Americas. And then he wants to sit here and say that, Mandingo woman first mentioned gumbo. Yeah, after she cultivated American soil.
You hit too hard. Well, good recovery, Judah.
I don't know, man. I don't know. I already showed you that gumbo was already rooted by the Choctaw. I already showed that. So you're gonna have to try again, Bucko. You're gonna have to try again. Talking about holding L's, bro. We'll stop handing out lies. How about that? So let's talk about this tobacco. Right? Why does this matter? This is your African. This is your Indian. This is Bromley's Best Virginia, Friday Street, London. This image was made in 1760. It's funny how all of these pictures, when they talk about Indians, all depict these dark-skinned people. That's a little side note, but anyway. This is your African working the tobacco. This nigga kicking back watching this dude, bro. Now, you can know that this is an Indian simply because of, one, his feathered crown, his cultural skirt, or I don't know, I don't really know what to call that, and the staff he holds. This staff appears also by these Dutch German people here again. This is from the Lipperhide costume book. This is translated in Dutch or German. You know that these are Indians. Like I said, this, you see the staff? You see the staff. North America region. Nord America. Nord means north. That's why you have Norse mythology. That's why you have Nordic people. And that's why it's just called North. I really want to come to this book to once again show more agriculture that the Dutch saw in America. Where is it? No, not that. Not that. Hold up. No, that's not it. Hold up now. Where you went now? Damn, I can't find my damn song. That's all right though. But damn, I needed that damn. So, oh wait, is this it? No, that's not it. That's not it. Cornbread. Tobacco. Polish. Yep, there it is. Yeah, okay, I do have it. So, global exchange of germplasm. Beans from the New World, America, going to Africa. Chili peppers, going to the New World. Going to the Old World. Corn. You want to sit here and talk about corn? How the heck Africans made corn if they didn't get the corn until the 18th century? What was they making then? Cassava bread? Cassava comes from America too. What were they making? This is why this is why I did this. He sit here and said, I'm trying to change the definition. I didn't change the definition. Somebody else changed the definition. The Europeans changed the definition. I didn't change the definition. And I'm showing you why they changed the definition. Squash, sweet potatoes, tomatoes. A lot of African food loves tomatoes. They love their jollof rice. They need chili peppers and they need tomatoes. It seems like African culture comes from American culture. Because most of the crops in Africa didn't even come from Africa. Let's keep it a buck. They came from Asia. Mangoes came from Asia. I mean, if you want to go even further than that, well, that's what I said. A guide to African vegetables. Guide to African vegetables. These are all the vegetables they grow currently. Well, not
11 minutes and 40 seconds. 11 minutes and 40.
All right, better. Yep. You want to talk about soul food? All right, bet. Let's talk about some cabbage. Cabbage, originating in Western Europe around the Mediterranean Sea. It didn't originate in Africa. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna show you how much of a nerd I was with this shit. Hold up. Where that mug went? Oh, there we go. Cabbage originated in Asia more than 4,000 years ago. Celts, tribes speaking Celtic languages of the Central Europe, brought cabbage from from Asia to Europe 600 years before Christ, BC. And in 1536, a French explorer named Jacques Cartier brought cabbage to North and South America during the 17th and 18th century. Cabbage was a food staple in such countries as Germany, England, Ireland, Russia, pickled cabbage, sauerkraut, Dutch. You get the whole idea. So if they brought cabbage to America 1536, Native Americans eating cabbage too? I mean, they had to be. So when you sit here and say, oh, soul food is deeply rooted in Africa, I don't know about that, bro. A lot of crops came to America first before they even got to Africa. Like I said, they've been here since 1492. Now, granted, they have been in Africa a lot longer, but the crops that you were sitting here I kept it on the crops for this reason. Because without crops, you ain't got no culture. You're not about to sit here and make up an elaborate culture of people if they don't have any culture at all, or they have to be given culture. So anyway, bro, back to this. That's your African, that's your Indian. It's the same person. And here's another image of some more Indians in North America. Avocado in her hand, bird, child. Avocado right there. If we go back to, where'd it go? Damn, I can't do that. Okay, there we go. Avocado brought to the New World. Early 18th century potatoes were successfully introduced to Germany due to frequent crop failures, but the French population was still apprehensive despite famine and starvation. The French eventually accepted potatoes in the late 18th century. After much encouragement from Queen Marie Antoinette, Marie adorned her with hair with potato flowers, commissioned a portrait of herself with a potato plant. Later Europeans introduced potatoes to the Ural Mountains and their colonies in Asia and Africa. Like I said, late 18th century. That's the 1700s, bro. You're gonna sit here and say our food comes from Africa, but they didn't get the food 100 years into the slave trade? Come on, bro. Make it make sense, bro. And even if you want to talk about Africans coming over to America, well, yes, they did cultivate tobacco. Just like I'm showing you in this image right here of the Indian and an African mixing up tobacco. He's smoking that mud. Tobacco was colonial Virginia's most successful cash crop. The tobacco that the first English settlers encountered in Virginia Indians, Nicotina rustica, tasted dark and bitter to the English palate. It was John Rolfe who in 1612 obtained Spanish seeds or Nicotina tabacum for the Orinoco River Valley, seeds that when planted in the relatively rich bottomland of the James River produced a milder yet dark leaf. That's not the part that I'm supposed to be reading. Hold on, there we go. Beginning in 1619, the General Assembly put in place requirements for the inspection.
The name of the debate is, do Black Americans practice more African or Indian culture?
Of tobacco and mandated the creation of port towns and warehouses. The system assisted in the development of major settlements at Norfolk. Oh shit, my fucking laptop. Hold on, my laptop about to die. Hold up.
Pause your time. You at 6 minutes and 30 seconds.
All right, bet. You said I still got 6 minutes and 30 seconds?
Yeah.
All right, bet.
Shout out to everybody in the building, man. Y'all support the channel, man. I said, man, we don't get enough people to support. I'm taking the chat back away. Y'all can just listen. This is a decent fucking debate, man. They came in to cook truthful YK, man. They here, they cooking. Y'all let me know who y'all think won. We'll put the poll up in the chat. You ready, truthful?
Hello. Mic check.
Yeah. Whenever you're ready, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm ready. So yeah, Norfolk, Alexander, and Richmond tobacco formed the basis of the colony's economy. It was used to purchase the indentured servants and enslaved laborers to cultivate it. That's that word again. I'm telling you, bro. You want to sit here and talk about music and drums and religious and all that stuff. That's recent, bro. There's a reason why they brought them here in the first place. There's a reason why they did that. Where am I gonna go with this one, bro? I'm just freestyling at this point, bro. I'm just freestyling. And to buy manufactured goods from England. Promissory notes payable in tobacco were used as currency with the cost of almost every commodity, from the servants and wives given to the pounds of tobacco. Large planters usually shipped their tobacco directly to England, where consignment agents sold it in exchange for a cut of profits, with smaller planters worked with local agents who brought tobacco and supplied them with manufactured goods. In the mid-17th century, overpopulation and shipping distributions related to the series of British wars caused the price of tobacco to fluctuate. Prices stabilized in 1740s, blah, blah, yada, yada, yada. The whole point is, once again, you want to talk about religion and all that stuff, but you can't even get past this. African culture is rooted within America, because without American crops, there would not be a culture for Africa. That's all I'm saying. You can see that round back. He can use his time whatever he want to do.
You got 4 minutes left, dude. Are you done?
Yeah, I'm done.
All right, so the title of the debate again is, do Black Americans practice more African or Indian culture? He has yet to properly define culture. He has yet to give examples of culture. He is stuck at cultivating and that's about it. Veggies. That's where he's at. No song, not a song, not a dance, not a chant, not a nothing from Black Americans. One more time. He hasn't provided an example of a song, a dance, a ritual, a belief, dressing as far as clothes is concerned. He's done none of that. He's given zero examples of Black Americans practicing Indian culture. He hasn't. When it comes to cooking and using particular foods, he's done nothing. None of the above. None. Prove it. He hasn't. So he's just in this debate, and then you hear him about 6 minutes in turn around and say at this point he's just freestyling. This is what I mean. First of all, he was 45 minutes late to the debate. YK was sitting there waiting on the dude. They were about to shut the debate down and give YK, the honorary win because it was a no-show. And then he shows up, and then this is the performance that he gives people, and assumingly thinking that he was there. He ain't there. It's crazy work. So, you know what I'm saying? Let's get into YK the Truth round and watch him get beat up some more.
All right. We get into the third round. Y'all support the channel, man, if y'all want to keep the chat going. We're going to take a quick little break, and we're going to get into the third and final round, man. Let's go.
I'm on the block with the snakes and the rats and the cops, so I gotta hide it. All of my time, put all of my dick in the stomach, I give it a Heimlich. Really was broke, I come from the bottom of the yoke, now I need to find it. All of my bitches, they be the fine.
Is it shown?
Oh yeah, I see it now. My bad, brother.
Is it blown up?
As big as it, I can see it. Yeah.
All right, so you can start my time right now.
Okay.
All right. So Truthful, this is where Truthful messed up at, right? All right. Give me a second, man. This shit acting up. Pause my time, AP.
You said pause your time, gang? All right, let me pause this time. He's having some technical difficulties. Shout out to everybody that's in the building, man. Y'all support the channel real quick, man. You already know the vibes. Somebody said, hey, man, pause the clock. Pause the clock.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right. All right, so let's get it. My bad. Now it says, this is where Truthful messed up at, right? Because he don't really have coaching. So he's going to make it like all you guys are worth is food. 2 rounds, all he talked about was food. I said we have African culture. I never said we're from America. So if you live in America or the American Indians is from America, obviously it's going to be more food that's here. But that don't mean that you're an American Indian. But see, what he tried to do was play with the word culture. What is an etymological fallacy? An etymological fallacy is the mistaken belief that a word's original or historical meaning is the true meaning. Can you, yo, what the fuck? My shit getting hacked? Bruh. Mic check.
Mic check, mic check.
Yo, my computer.
I hear you loud and clear, bro. I see everything on the screen. You're rocking.
Nah, my shit is acting up, bro. All right, so let me skip all that, man, because it's really fucked up my round. But it's all gravy because we gonna still get it. All right, now let's talk about dance, break dancing. Let's go to West Africa, let's go to Africa 1979. I mean 1959. Excuse me. You got break dancing. This is in Africa. Why Truthful ain't bring up the art? Why he didn't bring up dancing? Why he didn't bring up language? All you guys are just worth food. This is Africans breakdancing in Africa. What about music? What about the drum? Huh? Come on, Truthful. You got to do better than this. What about the African drum? What about this right here? When we talking about the prisoner life, right? And it says right here, hold on. It says, now this says Saturday, 8th, 9th, December 3rd. This night was the first we spent in sleep since we started. It was acceptable indeed, though somewhat interrupted by a genuine African dance by Negroes on the plantation. And this is from 1865. Why is Negroes dancing, doing an African dance on a plantation? Because we had African culture. You got African dances, right? What name some of the African dances? We got authentic jazz, the Lindy Hop, all of these dances from Africa. What about mathematics? Because guess what? Africans had mathematics. This is the Yoruba number system in Africa. Okay? Let's talk about more dancing. This is called the cake hop. And it says, slave celebration was regarded by whites who allowed them to take place as innocent pledges, though harvest festivals had existed for a century. In Africa, before blacks had arrived in North America, the festival dance was commonly called a cake walk. A Negro in Virginia. So this is an African dance right here. Let me see if I'm still in. Mic check.
You good, family? I'll let you know if I can't hear you. I promise. I got you.
So, and my back to the chat for the technical difficulties.
And you got 12 minutes, by the way. 12 minutes and 40
So let's
seconds.
go. No more. Let's get it. And it says, here goes a slave song. It says, white Southerners, no matter how much they might denigrate the culture and capabilities. Oh.
You went out.
Now, can you see my screen now?
Yeah, it says the contours of slave songs.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, go ahead, keep going.
And this is what he said. He said the Negro is a natural musician. He learned to play an instrument quickly than a white man. It said compared with our race, the African nature is full of poetry in song. So we got music, right? Let's keep going. We got something called the fiddle. He made himself a fiddle out of pine bark and used to play for us to dance. He taught me to dance he taught me how to dance little like they did in Africa. They danced by themselves and they swung each other around. They didn't know nothing about this hugging dances. They didn't know nothing about that. You got the Akan drum. You see my brother OTK right there. He's a West Akan. We got his records right there. So where does the Akan drum comes from? It says, though they have been made by the Akan people of present-day Ghana, brought to America. Brought to America on a slave ship. So the drum originated from West Africa in the Akan region of Ghana and was brought to Virginia. All right, we got African names. Monday, Cujo. Tuesday, we got Wednesday, Quaco. Thursday, Quiet. We got African names. So I'm beating you with the drums. I'm beating you with the language. I'm beating you with the names. And he's stuck on food. Make it make sense. He's stuck on food, even with the difficulties of my crazy computer. We know I'm bringing more evidence than him. What about the banjo? Huh? It said Benjamin Latrobe, an American architect, while in New Orleans, also noticed that the banjo was particular to Africans. In his own words, a crowd of 500 to 600 people assembled in an open space, and they're talking about the Congo Square. So in America, we got a place called the Congo. Why is it a Congo Square in America that so-called Aboriginals go to? We have more African culture than Indian culture, and I'm stamping that. We got the Bantu, right? That's African. We got the diddly bow. That's the diddly bow, excuse me, from Africa. We got the banjo, straight out of Africa. We got the ring shout. You know them little funny dances they be doing in church? That's from West Africa, by the way. Okay? Yeah, hold that.
From the start, Africans in America dance. As the old song says,
the African ring shout is a religious ritual and dance tradition with West African roots and was practiced by enslaved people in America. It involves participants moving in a counterclockwise circle. You gotta hold that L. And this is from Indians of Heritage, right? And it says, I swear this shit crazy, bro. It said, these were not slaves, complained U.S. masters, but people who kept their African names, dressed in their Seminole clothing and turbans, adopted Seminole stomp dances, sang Seminole in African songs. In African songs. Mic check. My bad.
You still here, fam. You got 7 minutes and 40 seconds left.
I don't know how I'm doing this with this computer. Appreciate it, man. We got the history of Louisiana, written accounts, right, about the drum, Congo Square. Written accounts of these performances by European colonists appear almost immediately after the funding of the city itself. So Africans used to go there on Sunday and dance and sing and drum. All right. We got an African song that goes back home. It goes back to Africa. It's called a language you cry in.
During the years of the transatlantic slave trade, families were splintered, their lineage lost, leaving unanswered questions for many African Americans to this day. Questions like, where did I come from? Who are my people? Now a Jacksonville man has answered his own questions through the help of the song and is making up for lost time. On Your Side's Andrew Padillo has the story.
Five sentences containing centuries of pain and heritage. Words that have given a Jacksonville man's life greater meaning.
Nothing would have happened without her having a song.
The song, traditionally sung by women, has had many keepers over the years. One of them, a little girl from a village on the west coast of Africa.
So the song goes back to Africa. You got the call and response. It's a common element in African music. It's used in rap, gospel music, singing, where a leader sings or plays a phrase and the rest of the group responds with a similar phrase. This creates a back and forth dialogue between the leader and the group and can be used to create a sense of unity. This call and response pattern can be found in a variety of African musical traditions, including gospel, blues, jazz, and traditional music. See, Truthful only brought up lima bean and kidney bean. Two things out of 100 things that I said come from Africa. I wonder why, Soldier Boy. I wonder why. This is a call and a response. Family lineages were shattered during the transatlantic slave trade, leaving unanswered questions for many African Americans to this day. You got the Gullah song, right? That's what I just showed you. It's a Mende song, and it goes back to Africa. What are some of the English words with African roots? You got banjo, you got cola from the Mandingo language, cola nuts. You got jazz from Wolof jazz. You got okra, you got yam, you got zombie from the word zombie. You got the Congo Square, brought that up, the drum. Dating back to the 13th century, storytellers called griots existed in West African kingdoms and empires. Historically, griots have been highly skilled orators, poets, musicians, and singers. Goes back to Africa. All right. You got African words that's in Indian words. Did you know about that? The Lenape dialects. And it says right here that it then occurred to me that Phyllis, through some mistake, had met a runaway slave among the Nanticos. And through him, or through some half Indian, half Negro, obtained a vocabulary of an African dialect. So that's more African language. You got jewelry, you got African beads. From as early as the 15th century, Europeans traded glass beads for coveted West African products like ivory, gold, and palm oil. Beads were also used to purchase enslaved Africans. You ain't got no beads. What about this lady right here from the face of an island? It said women with hope. It said the second belt or cord tied around her hips lifted all her garments a little and protected the long skirts from both early morning. Miss Cooley tells of an African superstition that the second cord also gave the wearer extra strength. So that's from Africa. Okay?
Miles ain't getting that shit right up in here. I don't want it, man. No, I don't want it.
There she go right there. Why is she carrying stuff on her head? Don't they do that in Africa? Yeah. Hold that L. Another one. What about African?
2 minutes. 2 minutes.
Yo, AP, you still there?
Yes, 2 minutes.
What happens when is my screen blowing up right now, or it still look the same?
It was good. It was good. Everything's working good. Everything was good, brother.
All right.
Yep.
So what about the African symbol in an African church? The picture the flow of an First African Baptist Church in Savannah. Small holes.
You got screen sharing right now if you think you are.
Was I screen sharing before that?
Yeah, you was.
So you don't see nothing now?
No,
All right, pause my time.
You got 1 minute and 25 seconds.
Yo, this shit on truthful side today, but you said I got 1 minute left?
1 minute and 25.
All right, I'm gonna render that time, and when I come back my third round, I'm just gonna use the slides. I'm not gonna do that PowerPoint shit no more. All right, man.
All right, so YK yields the rest of his time. Meanwhile, Pilgrim is in the chat getting beat up. He asked about what songs do you have that go back to Africa or mention Africa. We gave it to you in the chat, but then YK added to what we already gave you in the chat, and you just got blew up. Every argument you try to make, bro, was beat up in the chat. And the reason that we know this already, and True, I'm just gonna keep it. I'm a True Pilgrim. I'm gonna keep it 1,000 with you, bro. The reason that we know this is because we study. The majority of us in this chat that are responding to you study, bro. We study our history, culture, language, all of that, our existence, our struggle. How did we get here? We study, bro. We study the science behind it. We study all of that. You don't read. You just sit here and said, you people don't read. And I started the whole shit off reading to you. Because guess who can articulate themselves and provide the evidence to support it? Me. You can't. That's why you're in the chat. You won't even hit a link and provide the evidence to prove it. We don't read. There's no barely anything, bro. I authored 12 books. Stop it. Anyway, YK beat him up this round, provided the evidence. He's making Pilgrim look idiotic in the chat. Yes, the chat is on the screen and in replay. So all that's coming into fruition. As a matter of fact, hold on. Let me not go any further until I made sure I did something right, because I set the show up, but I forgot to do what it is I wanted to do. Hold on 1 second. 1 second. second here. Let's get into it, and then we're going to clean it up. Hopefully this mic ain't on the YouTube side. Here it is. There you go. All right. So, edit. Let me edit this because I don't think the replay chat is on. So I want to make sure that the chat is on before I even end the stream. And then we're going to get into this last round. I want y'all to see right now, score the debate. Score the debate. Who you got right now? It's 2 rounds. We heard top and bottoms from both. Who you got? I know what I'm going to do. Let me put it like this. Yep, I got Let me do this. This will give us a little delay. So we ain't even really got to see what dude's saying in the chat. All right. Okay, so I got that put together. All right, so let me mute out.
All right, man. Shout out to you, man. Shout out to everybody that's in the building. Shout out to the 2 debaters, man. They coming in this month banging it out, man. They in here getting it in. Shout out to the 2 debaters who are in the building. We do appreciate them. You already know the vibes. Shout out to YK. Shout out to Truthful. This is the 3rd and final round. Let's get right into it right now as we speak. Shout out to everybody that's in the building. It's your brother, Aboriginal Power.
I'm on the block with a snakes in the racks and the cops, so I gotta hide. All of my time, put all of my dick in the stomach, I give it a Heimlich. Really was broke, I come from the bottom of the yoke, now I need the finest. All of my bitches, they be the finest. All of my diamonds.
Got them fire emojis. They're not going by the polls, so the polls doesn't matter, and it's not going to dictate who won this debate. They're not doing the polls, but just for the debate's sake and just for the viewers and feedback, I am going to drop a poll in the chat, but the poll is not going to dictate the winner. They did agree on that. So, hey, True Food, whenever you're ready, bro, let's get it. Let's get it. I got shit to do, man.
Oh, yeah. We cooking. We cooking. I'm finna barbecue now. All right, man. Oh, shoot, let me share my screen.
Get through this round. This is the last round, man. Make it count, man. You in here cooking, man. Let's make it count.
This gonna hurt, man. This one gonna hurt for real now.
Whenever you start,
this one gonna hurt.
The time will start.
Yeah, go ahead start my time. Go ahead, start my time. All right, this is gonna hurt for real. All right, now, as previously mentioned, I told y'all that Jamestown was erected in 1607, right? Along with Jamestown came the English colony in Virginia in 1612. The ship Mary Margaret arrived on or about October 1st, 1608, carrying approximately 70 people, including 8 Dutchmen and Poles, right? Dutchmen and Poles. Simmons did not list the names of the 8, nor conclusively known how many were Dutchmen and how many were Poles. Historians have been debating this along with the specific roles that people played ever since. And some have maintained that the Dutchmen were actually Germans, relying on the 19th century American use of the term Dutch, which when referring to Germans. The argument is not convincing, but nothing substantive has yet come to light to answer the question. Why is this important? Now, I told y'all that also the Dutch set up their own business in New Netherlands, New Amsterdam or New York City, right? So let's look at what the Dutch were showing in America. Since I don't have the culture, right, I'm just gonna have to break it down to you then, bro. So here we are. This looks like a present day second line. You want to talk about African drums? Well, we had in America. They had drums in America, bro. You want to talk about these musics and all this? Hey, look, they got flutes right there. They got the trumpet right there. They got the float or the stand that's used to say, like, come on, bro. Talking about I ain't got no culture. I don't know the culture because I want to talk about food. The food The food, I ain't gonna lie. The food, you right. I shouldn't have done 2 rounds, but I wanted to see what you was gonna come with, bro. But you didn't really come with much, right? Because again, this is from the Lipperhide costume book. This is a German book. This is written in German, right? Here we are again. More trumpets. We got scepters. Scepters kind of look familiar, like band mages, as if marching bands just seem to be so prominent in the Americas, bro. I mean, they must be prominent in America, bro. So I'm gonna have to come with the heat, bro. Now, you can sit here and say, "Oh, this is some made up bull," right? You can say this is made up. Oh, ain't no such thing as this. Oh, all right. Hold on now. Where's that mug at? Where he at? My boy at. Boom. This is American brother Julius Billy Brooks. Julius Billy Brooks was a well-known trumpeter, just like the other Americans here, the well-known trumpeter who used a double bell trumpet. The same double bell, well, not the same. We're going to talk about why they're not the same right now. But as you can see, double bell trumpets, this is not new. This is American culture, bro. So when you talk about culture in America, bro, there's a reason why damn near all our songs use certain instruments. There's a certain reason why we have a certain rhythm, a certain swing, a certain tempo. This is all American shit, bro. This is looking like a damn French horn, bro. You want to talk about this? Oh, shoot. Matter of fact, I'm going to freestyle this one. You see this right here? Watch this. I'm going to freestyle this one. All this stuff is from America, bro. Let me see. Royal. Once again, here we are. I like right here. This is even better. This is where it comes from. This is where it comes from, bro. Let me show you the other pic. Let me show you the other image that has the flag attached to the trumpet. This ain't nothing new. I mean, like, what do you want to talk about, bro? You want to talk about ball games, bro? We could talk about American Indians playing ball games, bro. We've been doing this. The Mayans played ball games. As a matter of fact, where is it? Here go the Mayans playing trumpets right here. It's the same exact instrument. Like, come on, bro. This is our culture. Like, bro, this is our culture, bro. You're not about to sit here and try and say, I don't know the culture, man. Look, you gotta have food to have culture. There go the trumpet with the flags, like I was saying. There go the drums again. Look, even the early, look, the brother playing like he's playing on a drum set. We had drums in America, and we still do, and we still play them. I'm not sitting here saying that Africans don't play drums, Africans don't play trumpets and all those things of that nature. But I do find it funny that the Germans come here 1600, right? And all of a sudden, let's fast forward a little bit, right? The trumpet has been with us for many years, as early as 1500 BC, or maybe even longer. Early man discovered animal horns, opened both ends, and played the pursed lips, make a loud, resonant sound, and carried long distances. Craftsmen decorated the prized horn. Eventually began recreating
11 minutes and 50 seconds. All
right, bet. Recreating them in metal and ceramic to form the earliest man-made trumpets. We'll skip all this real quick. Now, granted, look, I will read this though. By 1500 BC, trumpets have been crafted to high standards across the world in Africa, Europe, Asia, from sheets of silver and bronze metal. Oh, wait a minute. Then all of a sudden in 1818, a German horn player named Henrik David Stolzel created the first working brass instrument valve in partnership with Frederick Blumen. So you telling me Germans come to America where they're playing these instruments already, Now, I must also mention, oh shoot, did I close that one out? I hope I did. I must mention that the Dutch were not only trading the Americas, they were trading with Africa as well. Oh man, where did it go? Shit. That's all right. We're just gonna keep rolling. So yeah, 1818, right? Now, you can sit here and say, what does this have to do with anything with black people in America? Well, I'll say this then. Oh, where is he? There he is right here. I want y'all to meet Charles Buddy Bolden, widely regarded as the first musician to partake in the practice of spontaneous improvisation within jazz tradition. And therefore, many scholars claim that Bolden created the jazz genre. Oh, that's American culture right there, bro. I don't, has anybody ever heard of African jazz? I'll wait. Buddy Bolden was born as Charles Bolden in 1877. Why is that important? Because you don't start seeing anybody else in America playing these instruments until they wanted to talk about mariachi bands. The first mariachi was only in 1908. The first mariachi to make sound recordings in autumn in 1908. We've been making jazz music longer than they've been doing mariachis, bro. So, like, what are we talking about, culture? As a matter of fact, you want to talk about culture some more? Where that other image went? Oh, where did that image go? There's a lot more color. There's a lot more pictures to this too, but you want to talk about both culture? Well, here, like I said, this is America, right? All right, cool. Behold, the same parades, the same. Pause it right there, bro. Man, look, Wild Chapatulas, one of the famous tribes in Mardi Gras, Black Mass Condition. They were formed in 1970. Mardi Gras Indian history can be traced back to the 1700s. Oh, with these niggas, right? I bet. These niggas, right? 1700s, right? Many historians say that Mardi Gras Indians go back to when African slaves would run and hide in the bayous around Louisiana. It was there that the Native Americans would take in the escaped slaves, and thus this tradition came about. Let's scroll down a little bit more. I want to talk about something real juicy right here. Presently, there are also 3 designated Sundays known as Super Sunday, uptown, downtown, West Bank, right? Many of the Indians that mask are connected to the Choctaw tribe of Louisiana and Florida. Wait a minute. You talking about niggas. Niggas like this. Choctaw niggas, right? That still do this. Oh, not that. This right here, bro. As a matter of fact, how many genres do we even use with trumpets? I mean, I'm pretty sure y'all know about dapping. I'm pretty sure y'all know about dapping, bro. Dapping was considered. Oh wait, hold on. Oh, this is the wrong one. Damn. Shit, I got the wrong source. All right.
6 minutes. 6 minutes.
6 minutes. Dougie Fresh, you on, bro. All right, bet. fuck it, we just gonna roll with it then, bro. But yeah, dapping was considered its own language, a nonverbal hand language, same as Mayans, same as Indians, same as these are indigenous languages, nonverbal communication. I'm not saying Africa didn't have them, but last I heard, dapping was made in America. Dapping is a part of the nonverbal communication of Black people. Like I said, Black service members in Vietnam developed the dap, a combination of hand and body gestures as a form of nonverbal communication. A dap could be a simple tapping of fists, shaking the hand, to the complex of dozen gestures with the hand punctuated by slapping the chest, whatever elements the dap acronym for dignity and pride. Now, I'm pretty sure YK is going to find a way to bring this back to Africa some way, somehow. But last I heard, it was American niggas, American Negroes, Black, colored, whatever name you want to give us. Been doing it, bro. So we have culture, bro. We have culture that is rooted in America. I don't see what the issue is. So if you wanted to talk about culture, well, there you have it. You got all the culture you got right here, bro. You want to go back to talk about the ball games, bro? I mean, basketball started in America. Baseball started in America. Volleyball started in America. Lacrosse started in America. These people playing ball games, bro. Like, we could talk about this, bro. They would use rubber Mayans use rubber to make balls, bro. And we still do this shit today. Show me basketball origins in Africa, bro. Probably can't. Show me hockey. Show me any of these things that were made in Africa. I mean, you can't obviously show me. I mean, you can show me hockey. You can show me hockey a little bit. You know, you got street hockey. But we've been doing this shit, dog. So, like, what was the point? You want to talk about culture, bro? Shit. It was more. Look. Here we go. Another instrument. Tambourine. You know the little thing you be shaking with little cymbal bells? Yeah. Tambourine. In America, 1600. We still use these in churches. We still use trumpets, whether we're doing second lines, marching bands, orchestras. We still do this, bro. Like, you got horseback riding. I mean, shit. You want to talk about all this stuff, bro? We did it before. So if you wanted culture, there you go. You got it, bro. With that, I'm going to give my time up to YK and see what he do with that.
Man, you got 2 minutes and 40 seconds left, man.
That's all right, Bab.
All right, man. I appreciate it, man. Let's get to it, man. We got YK coming in with his time, man. Let's get right into it. Shout out to everybody that's in the building. Shout out to everybody that's in the building. Fire round from True Good. Coming in with the heat. YK, what you gonna do with it, man? It's your time to shine. Whenever you start speaking, your time will start. I'm out of here.
Share my screen, man. Can you hear me? Mic check. All right. Now, terrible. Did this brother just show pictures written in German and expect us to take his word for it? Is this that trust me, bro, scholarship? To be honest, Truthful showing pics, and the pics had descriptions written in Dutch and not translated. So he is giving his own explanation. And this is what I call lookership. Or should I say looker shit? Because I don't believe you. Now, this dude showed a source, right? And in his very source, it said they were formed, Mardi Gras. Mardi Gras Indian history can be traced back to the 1700s. Many historians say the history of the Mardi Gras Indians go back to when African slaves would run and hide in the bayou. you got to hold this L. I mean, you got to be foolish to show this source and think I wouldn't see it. Really? Then you're going to show American Indian Sign Language, and the people on that picture don't even look like you. So why are those people representing your source, right? Now, let me get back to the topic of the debate. And the debate is not did Indians use football and basketball and blow trumpets. And the debate is, do we have more Indian culture than African culture? Do we practice? That's the key word, practice. So let me show you again, us practicing in real time African culture. Let's go to the African Methodist Church. And what does it say right here? It says he was born, Richard Allen was born 1760 in Philadelphia. He created the African Methodist Church, okay? Why he didn't name it the Aboriginal Church or the Indian Church? Why he named it the African Methodist Church? Now, this is going to be the body bag. See, I didn't come to play with this guy. I'm serious. It says there are roughly 77,000, AME congregations globally and an estimated 3.5 million members. So I'm dealing with numbers that go to an African church. So they're practicing African things, right? It's African church. What about voodoo? Voodoo, sometimes referred as voodoo, was created in West Africa, right? West Africa, Benin. You ain't show me no religion. You ain't show me no voodoo. You ain't show me no language. You ain't show me nothing but somebody blowing a trumpet with shit we can't even read. We couldn't even read it. You got to hold that L, man. We got to do better when we come to these debates. What about the Haitian Revolution, right? What about, we're not even going to talk about the Haitian Revolution, but let's talk about, let's go to voodoo some more. Look all the people that practice voodoo, right? What about Santeria? Because Santeria got West African origins from the Congo. Huh? What about the Igbo landing? This is a real folklore. The history of the mass suicide at Dunbar Creek, referred to as today as the Igbo landing, both in place in an event endured through all oral history, particularly for the Gullah Geechee community. The descendants of the determined self-emancipated enslaved Africans have resided on the Sea Islands. So they still have this tradition, this African tradition. What about the Old South? It says the sources of cultural strength which enabled many West Africans to survive plantation slavery while Indians perished. So the Indians got all this knowledge about how to grow food and all of that, but they perished quicker than the West African. This is from red, white, and black. So all your culture didn't keep your ass safe on a plantation, my boy. What about the African Street Festival? And this is near back. People practicing, keyword, practicing African tradition.
One festival celebrating 40 years of sharing art.
40 years. 40 years.
New Channel 5's Araceli Crescencio spent the day at the African Street Festival.
We appreciate you being here. You look lovely.
When you step foot at Nashville's African Street
festival, you'll be treated like
African culture. Come on. You got to hold that L. Do black people practice more African culture or Indian culture? To me, it looks like you lost, man. You lost. Be honest in the chat. He lost. What about Philadelphia's Odunde Festival, one of the largest African street festivals with over 500,000 attendees? Real time. We practice African. More black people attend African-American cultural festivals than powwows. He ain't show no powwows because y'all ain't going to take that culture, right? What about the Gullah Geechee? Huh? Rich coast culture and history from the descendants of West and Central African enslaved people who were brought to the coastal regions. Africans. What about these beautiful African queens? Huh? What about Kwanzaa? Huh? Kwanzaa celebrates African principles. How many people practice Kwanzaa throughout the world? Let's see. Kwanzaa, a relatively new celebration based on ancient traditions. Kwanzaa was created in 1966 and is celebrated by millions. By millions. It's the culture of the entire African diaspora. Why they didn't make an Indian religion? What about the combs? This comb is from Ghana. This pick is from Ghana. Ghana. What about the Bantu knots? Huh? What about the Fulani braids? Hair braided style originated with the Fulani in West Africa. What about the Afro? The history of the Afro can be traced back to the motherland in Africa. Afros, braids, and other tribal hairstyles were the norm. You gotta hold that L, boy. You gotta come prepared. Come on. This man just said his last round.
9 minutes and 30.
This man just said his last round that he was gonna freestyle. And you got people in the chat like, yo, he cooking YK, man. Freestyle. What about libation? More African culture, huh? What about the African Museum in Charleston? I went there. This man brought up the Mardi Gras because I had a rebuttal for that. And that's about, what is the history? It says the history of this culture, one of the most significant and unique in the United States, is oral, told through songs and chants, much like the way stories were told by African griots. Okay? It was from Africans who sought refuge. What about Juneteenth? Consuming red foods and drinks is central to Juneteenth. Celebrations for some African American represent a cultural connection to Western Africa, the Yoruba, Congo. What about barbecue meats, cherry cobblers, red sodas, cola nut? What about Rosa Faye, a black Seminole who said, I don't say we have no Indian blood because we has, but we ain't no Indians. We's colored people. So even she knew that. And even she cherished her African roots, right? You got African exhibitions, you got African arts and newspapers all over that speak about African culture, huh? So I went over the call and response, ring, shout, the drum. We went over hoodoo. We went over dancing. We went over language, grammar. We went over okra, black eyed peas, rice, yams, braids, cornrows, locks, language. We went over it, right? But we're going to keep going. Look at this. These are the people that's in those books. These are the people that's in those books, in those encyclopedias that built all of this stuff. Now, this is another book I found, right? And look what it says in this book. It says, he found it possible. It said the South American Indians, not to mention the African Negroes. See, I thought Truthful was going to use AP's encyclopedia. At least he would have had a better chance of doing that. So I was going to be prepared for that. But he didn't, right? But it's okay. It's all right because I found some sources from this. Now let's look at this Indian book, right? This is an Indian book. It's called An Offering by the American Indians. Now look what it says in this book. It says shortly before her death, she had planned to return to her study of Indian music, which she had laid aside temporarily to fulfill an urgent request that she record in similar manner of the Negro folk songs of the South and the songs and legends of some of the native Negro tribes of Africa. Right? Negro folk songs. Right? Truthful, is this your culture? Is this your culture? Because they eating people. This is 1592. You see the lady with the foot in her bag? This is what y'all was doing. They got the little babies out there eating it. This what you was doing? Eating people. Look at this. Look at these. Look at this. Eating people. You see his head in the pot. See his arm in the pot. See him hanging up. Or what about this? What in the Abo tradition is this? This is what y'all doing? Come on, soldier boy. Oh, no. This is what y'all doing because this is from South America. South America. And now I'm not going to freestyle. I'm just going to go back and see what I left out and let it play. Oh, so let me read this. It says, when spoken words are impossible or inadequate vessels, singing is a superpower, resonating through the body, shifting the atmosphere, and communicating beyond the words. This superpower was critical to Africans enslaved in the United States. They found solace and strength in African song, as well as songs birthed from trauma of slavery. Now let's play the video.
4 minutes and 15 seconds.
All right.
Drums feared by property owners, slave owners, slave masters.
He said drums were feared by slave masters and slave owners. This is why they didn't want it. They wanted to get rid of the drum.
Because they had the intent of being able to communicate.
You communicate with the drum.
People use drums, and in most places they were outlawed, except for places like Congo Square here.
The Congo Square. The brother speaking about the Congo Square.
Yeah. Most places, enslaved Africans were not allowed to use their own African instruments.
They were not allowed to use their own African instruments. So let's go back. I got a minute left. So we talked about culture. We talked about food. We talked about food. What else? We talked about the pottery. We talked about the castor oil from Africa. We talked about it all. The Mandingo pipes, gumbo, folklore. Everything we talked about. We didn't leave no stone unturned for this debate. And I proved beyond any doubt that we practice more African culture than Indian culture. Whether you like it or not, don't hate me. I'm just a messenger. But your brother, Truthful, let you down. He came unprepared, so he had to take this L. And with that being said, it's your brother YK the Truth, and I render my time. Peace.
All right, I'm gonna let these brothers do it. We're gonna get into the back and forth round with these two brothers. But before we do,
okay, so Man, that was a horrible display of information by Truthful. YK did a lot of educating, as rightfully so. There was no information that someone could provide that could even do anything to get around it. The debate topic was off topic by one side and properly addressed on the other side. Do Black Americans practice more African or Indian culture? Was never answered by Truthful and those who claim to be indigenous or aboriginal to the Americas. It is an absolute shame that people don't know how to properly define culture and then move forward from all other instances of what's going on. It's craziness. And it's attested in the chat as the brother True Pilgrim has been in a one-man band arguing back and forth with people who seem to know more about the subject matter than he does. It's crazy, crazy, crazy work. Crazy work. So listen, it is what it is. It is what it is, man. It is what it is. Now I'm gonna play a little bit of the back and forth, and then I'm gonna get into some stuff.
Let's get right into it, man. Shout out to everybody that's in the building. Man.
Keys on the train, on the train, on the train, on the train, on the train. For the stats, I be beating the odds. And the blood, it be making me calm. I can turn it just like I'm Saddam. I'ma blow it just like I'm a bomb. I'ma leave it.
Shout out to everybody that's in the good old building, man. Shout out to everybody that's in here. We're gonna get y'all back and forth going right now. We're gonna give y'all 10 minutes on the clock. Is that cool?
That's fine. That's perfectly fine.
YK, is that cool? 10 minutes. Brother Kung Fu Nerdy, is that cool?
More like 8 minutes, bro.
8 minutes.
He's ready to run around the house, man. You know how we do.
All right, let's do 8 minutes back and forth. Time start right now.
All right. You can start it off now.
YK, the truth, you brought up these festivals, Ogande Festival, all these festivals.
A lot of them, yeah.
Okay, so why didn't it exist prior to the immigration of other Africans into the country? If it was deep rooted in African culture, right? Why was
you asked that? I got you. So here's the thing, right? You have remnant when you do something, right? And something was taken from you. It's like something trickles out. It's like a person who takes steroids, and when they get caught, it's the little bit that they find. It's not the whole amount that give them the benefit. It's the little bit. So the culture that we got is the remnants that were left from our ancestors that was brought from Africa. Now they know we have the history, so they're trying to go back to that history and practice those cultures that was taken from us. So this is my problem with that. Why are all these people practicing an African culture if there's no evidence that we come from those people, brother? Are you telling me people are that dumb, excuse me, to where they're gonna go out and buy the millions and practice something that they don't have nothing to relate, they don't relate to them? So the name of this debate was, do we practice more African culture? And clearly I showed you that we did, brother. I showed you source after source after source that we practice more African culture. You showed some things that they did, like playing, to show the little trumpet, even though that was some shit I couldn't read. But I showed you the evidence, brother. I showed you the evidence. Whether you believe it or not, I did my part, man.
Okay. So with that being said, then, bro, you like to think it was
you can laugh all you want, man.
Huh?
I did my part, man.
Okay. You did.
So I got a question for you.
What's up?
My question is, how come you didn't show more? Because if I was in, let's say my peoples was in America for thousands and thousands of years, bro, I'm gonna have unlimited sources to prove this. I'm at. You think I had that many 130 slides? Could you imagine if my people was already here? How much evidence I would be able to provide? It would be crazy. I have over 10,000 slides. So that's a dead giveaway that you don't come from those people, bro. Because you would have did. I'm pretty sure it was hard, no diddy, to get those sources that you look for this debate. I know it was crazy difficult. You could lie to me all you want to, brother. You know it was. Why? If you was here for thousands and thousands of years. Why is it so difficult for you? Something ain't right, bro.
I gotta answer both those questions. You asked two of them. You
answer the one you feel is the easiest, brother.
Well, shit, I'm gonna answer both of them then. All right, bet. Why don't I have sources of the culture? I do have sources of the culture. I do. All the sources that I provide were antebellum, before the Reconstruction era. And you haven't even taken note that all of the pictures were depicted of these American Indians or match the description of Noah Webster's of what an American looked like. Copper-colored people. I already showed you that.
So what's the name of the debate, brother?
Hold on. Okay, hold on now. Hold on.
Go ahead.
Now, I showed you that the Mayans had trumpets of their own. I showed you 1600 that the American Indians. Matter of fact, you want me to, I can show you the pictures again.
No, I just so all right, you answered it. Now let me ask you again. What is the title of the debate that who had great trumpets? That what you were supposed to present was, do we practice more? Not if they was. You're not understanding what I'm saying to you, bro.
I am understanding what you're saying. That's why I went out.
Hold on. You were supposed to show them practicing the culture. Not what I'm talking about in real time, bro. Today, through Black Americans. That's why if you look at the title gives you context of what the debate is about. So why are you showing me only about what they did back then? Only. You gotta show from when it started to up until now that they're doing it. And you failed, bro.
No, I didn't. YK. I showed you that African ain't even African. It's not even African.
It was trash.
Either way it go.
Trash.
Whether I use both the etymological definition and the current definition we use now.
You got a question?
The etymological definition already shows that African culture did not have culture.
You already
to even manifest.
But that's the problem.
Then you bring up
hold on. You don't know what an etymology fallacy is. Hold on, let me finish. Let me answer. I heard what you said. You think that the definition from a long time ago is language evolves. So you can't cherry pick the definition you want to push your angle or your narrative, brother. I know what you're doing. I see through it. I just want to let you know that. You tried to fit a narrative where you could only keep it at food. That's why when somebody else brought it up in the chat, then you started typing shit and typing real fast, trying to find shit, but it wasn't in your presentation. And I'm pretty sure your third round would have been about food, brother. If somebody would have said it, that's why they called you True Food, because it was all about food, brother.
But here's the thing: it's okay for you to use lookership and say Africans are breakdancing, though.
That's not lookership. That's not lookership.
Okay, so no.
That's not.
Unless them Africans called it breakdancing and had the same and have the same origins of hip hop.
You just called the video of people doing a dance.
No.
Hold on, wait, let me finish.
You said
you just said to me that I use lookership. We're not talking about a damn picture, bro, that you can't even translate. You showed me something in Germany that shit said Indiana, India. I don't even know if that fucking shit is legit. Or I don't even know where you got it from, bro. All I seen was some pseudo website you got it from. Pseudo.
Lipper Hop book made in the 1800s.
Nah, you gotta up your scholarship.
Pictures were made by.
And you know what? I want to apologize to Ling Ling, bro, because I should have took that fade with you. Because I honestly think you would have did better than that, bro. And I should have did it. I thought you was gonna bring some shit, but nah, man, that was a waste of time, brother. Like you was unprepared. Come on, y'all gotta take these debates serious, man. Could you imagine if people spent their money for this shit?
The person who's saying take the debate serious starts every round.
You started typing, bro. You started Googling during a live debate, man. That's diabolical.
No, it's not. I said I'm going to.
And then your computer buttons is mad loud, bro.
To show you something.
You started playing the damn drums with your computers, your keyboard, man. But we about to wrap it up, man.
That's y'all time.
Yo, AP, I don't want no polls, man.
That's y'all time. I mean, I know y'all didn't agree on having no polls, so the polls doesn't count. But I'm doing it just for the viewers' sake.
Because we already know, bro. We already know.
Shout out to everybody in the building. 74%, 76% on the polls for True Food, and 24 for YK. Only 55 votes.
Yeah,
a lot of people didn't even vote. Shout out to everybody that's in the building. Good debate, fellas. Y'all did y'all thing, man. True Food did your thing. YK, y'all did y'all thing.
Yo, what up, Mac?
Hey, good. Chat.
Chilling, bro. Chilling.
I just seen that you was live, like when I typed in the chat.
Yeah.
No, I can't right now. I gotta sit with the baby while she do her hair. I can't right now. I gotta sit with the baby. All right. Tell Kel I said what up. And it was True Food. His whole way about going about it was, I don't know. He didn't do any research. He didn't even know what culture was.
No.
Like just from the beginning, the way he just tried to define culture. I mean, it was good that he tried to define it. You don't really see them that they even attempt to do that.
Because he was over here the other day when I was beating him up.
Mm-hmm.
Why he didn't define the other.
Yeah, absolutely. So at least he attempted to define it, but that's not that definition that wasn't
cultivate,
what
bro.
the debate was about, huh?
Cultivate, bro.
What'd you say it again?
Culture is to cultivate.
Yeah, that was crazy.
Till the land.
Like, but that's what he do is keep fucking up. They keep thinking etymology are definitions, and even on etymon they tell you it's not to define the word. It's just show you how the word was used over time. So he's supposed to find an up-to-date definition and work from there. We're talking about culture. What is culture today? Not when the word was first used. We ain't talking about that.
Right. No, that's not the debate. The debate wasn't about the etymology.
Yeah.
To cultivate
I think like YK did what we thought he would do. He could have touched on some more things, but I think he kind of felt like he didn't have to. Like he didn't have to, you know what I'm saying? Because it's like the dude talked about food.
Yeah, it was overly prepared. 2 rounds.
Yeah,
2 rounds.
2 rounds. Like
then he spoke of no elements of culture. Like in order after you define it, you got to present the elements of culture. And then after you present the elements of culture, you have to demonstrate. You have to give examples.
You have to give it. Absolutely. Knows that could have been 1, 2, 3. You're right. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's simple. But these dudes don't know what they're doing.
Go ahead, Nat. Go ahead.
Nah, say what you about to say.
Oh, I said
because I don't even think he. Go ahead. My bad, sure.
You good. It's a little delay anyway.
I think so.
I would have argued it this way, Nat. I would have defined culture, right? I would have gave the proper definitions, and then I would have provided that. And then I would have went through the elements of culture. While going through the elements of culture, I would give examples of each element of culture that Black Americans practice, right? But I would have to
Uh-huh.
start. I would need a timeline. So my timeline, and this on YK, because YK, you could have did this too. Then the timeline for those elements would have evolved from the first Africans that stepped foot in the Americas into America up until today, right? I would have did that to an example of showing the continuity of that evolving over time and saying, look, we're still doing this. One of the key elements of this is it's basically pouring out our drink or paying homage to those who've transitioned. That libation is an element of our culture that we can see transfer through time from the earliest element into present day. So boom, that will reflect culture in its hierarchy. Then language. I would have took the small elements of a language, not making a linguistic argument, but the small elements of how our broken English evolved over time into Ebonics.
Yep.
That's another way. I mean, YK already killed them with song and dance, so you got that. Cooking, he even included cooking in some of that too. Then you could have took what our ancestors brought from Africa into the Americas, which would mean their spiritual journey, right? Showed early elements of that, and then how it evolved into, and then go from there. Like beat him up like that. Like every element of culture, those 7 elements. You ain't even got to be, because some people argue it's 18, but you could have took 7 elements and timeline those throughout history, and that would have answered the research question, because you would have defined it, you would have gave the examples of what the elements are, and then what those 7 elements are, and then you would have just concluded based on the evidence presented, and it's a wrap. That's how I would have did it.
Yeah. I would probably tackle it somewhat the same way. I like word. Hold on, my daughter running around acting crazy, Sean. Hold on.
Right, it's fact. Hard line. He ain't listening to you, bro. He ain't listening. He ain't listening to you at all. But he doesn't understand what that is. Callie, is that you in the chat talking about you're on a whole nother profile? Peace to the family. Callie on a whole nother profile. He switched it up. You must have been you on your boxing profile or something. But no, that's how I would have did it. So what you see on the screen, while not a coincidence, stepped away for a moment, is definitions of culture. Culture is the complex whole that consists of everything we think and do and have as a member of society. Culture is that complex whole which includes knowledge, belief, art, morals, law, customs, and any of other capabilities and habits acquired by man as a member of society. Culture is the handwork of a man and medium through which he achieves his end. Culture consists in the instruments constituted by man assist him in harvesting what he want, or harvesting, well, satisfying. I don't know. I can't see this part. This word right here. What his wants. Features and characteristics of culture. Culture does not exist in isolation, neither in the individual phenomenon. It is a product of society, originates and developed through social interaction. It is shared by the member of society. Man becomes man only among men. Culture is learned behavior. So those are the things. Culture is not inherited biologically, but it is learned socially by a man in society. It is not an inborn tendency, but acquired by man from the association of others. Drinking, eating, dressing, walking, behaving, reading are all learned by man. What up, Nat?
Oh yeah. Yeah, it was really just a one-sided debate. Like YK, he even touched on like the bread rabbit, right?
Mm-hmm.
He should have. What I thought he could have did was brought it to how it like turned into Bugs Money and you know what I'm saying, and
Right.
came into
And
you
that's the
know
evolution again.
Yeah, exactly. You know what I'm saying? But now overall,
Not,
Arcade
not
won
only
that.
not only that, how Disney has made a living off of extracting elements of African culture and presenting it to you as if it's American.
Yep, absolutely. I mean, there's a lot of different things. You know, it's a good book, American Africanism and American culture. That he could have just did the whole debate based off of that book. Well,
Yeah, crazy work. But yeah, see, culture is capable of transmitting from one generation to the next. That's you see what I'm saying? Just based on this, what you got on the screen right now, how culture is transmitted. That's why I said a timeline would have just killed the whole thing in each category because you would have seen it being passed down. Like, bro, the Brer Rabbit is still being told. Anansi the spider are still being passed down. Braids, the technique of braiding hair in certain
well,
styles, still being.
he touched on that too.
Come on, man. Then you got you. Listen, he go one that's gonna kill you. Quilting, the ability to create and blankets with messages in them. That's
Yep,
African, right? So while speaking of that, we use the hair to transmit the same message, weaving blankets to transmit the same message. Art, we created symbolisms to create the same to transmit the same message, all seeking to help runaways or find safety. That's culture being transmitted. And it was out of a necessity, right, to seek freedom. But it was done. It's done. So I don't think that that's what most people. And I'm giving my 2 cents and how I would have did. I'm not taking away from what YK did because he beat him up no matter what. He beat the brakes off of him. But definitely did that. Then you got point number 4. Culture gratifying. Culture provides proper opportunity and prescribed means for the satisfaction of our needs and desires. These needs may be biological or social in the nature, but it is responsible for satisfying our need for food, shelter, and clothing. You used to hear Unc say this all the time: food, shelter, and clothing. And desires of status, fame, money, etc., are all the examples of which fulfill according to cultural ways. Culture varies from society to society. That's why it's different in places. Every society has its own culture and way of behaving. It is not uniform. Every culture is unique in itself. Is a specific society. For example, values, customs, traditions, religions, beliefs are not uniform everywhere. Culture is continuous and cumulative. Culture exists as a continuous process. Culture is the memory of human race. Culture is not a matter of a month of the year. It is a continuous process in adding new cultural traits. These are the things that people fall short of. Not a coincidence. Here you go, the Disney art. Yeah, you already know Disney art. Culture is dynamic. It remains changing but not static. They even use a damn baobab tree from Africa. Culture process undergoes changes, but with different speed from society to society and generation to generation. And then here you go. There are types of culture, and there are 2 types of culture. You have material culture and non-material. So like these are all the ways, to be honest, one had a way to argue. And this is why in this debate, it is clear. And I want to be perfectly clear when I say this. The ABOs, ADOS, FBA, the Antanchanon, the Black Native, the Black American, the American, Whatever you want to associate yourself with has no root whatsoever without Africa. And to disassociate from Africa is to expose yourself to no material or non-material culture, which means you're non-existing in the fabrications of human society since people began to not even just inhabit the Americas, colonize the Americas and moving forward. So I'm going to say this again. Y'all have nothing. There's no lineage. There's no genealogy. There's no genetics. There's nothing. And that's how I'm rocking with that. So when y'all sitting over here doing your little FBA shows and all these other things, you can't show us examples of any of those things being rooted and passed down over time without Africa. Period, point blank. And the key element in all of that people love to use is that damn drum. On our ways from Africa to the Americas, it was that damn drum. When people would start to understand where they're going and needed a means to survive, their hairstyles became unique to hide the things that they felt were necessities to them in order for that survival. And that was the cultivating. Why is African rice being cultivated in the Americas? Other seeds and things that were needed to help. Why was that cultivated in the Americas and have African origins? The techniques, the methodology, right? The treatment of even pathogens by Africans. When you want to go back to Boston, you want to go back to smallpox being an issue and a breakout that haunted a lot of people. You don't want to really get into that with me because you're going to die at your source. All those mechanisms are things that have been passed down that we still even see today, even in that process of evolving. But I think next still, you know what I'm saying? He got the baby girl, so we got to give him some time. I'm going to redrop that link, though. The Akan drum, an African instrument from the early 1700s. To all the speakers, the truth of the house. I be active. Played created by Africans. Yep, John. I saw what you meant by the whole African vision. This one right here. Hold on, because I would have to go on YouTube in order to grab the link. So give me a second. I'm not on YouTube. Right says Benjamin Latrobe, who witnessed black slaves playing at Congo Square, noted that instruments came from Africa. Boop, boop. Killing them. Killing them. Killing them. Let me see what Vyasa then dropped in the chat on y'all. Big Millie style. The Akan drum wiki is an actual good read, yeah. Paul Tisman was often asked why he decided to collect African art. He replied, "How does one fall in love?" In 1959, Paul and Ruth Tisman bought 2 pieces of art from Benin Kingdom, including the exquisite ivory female figure. Over the next 20 plus years, the Tismans would build one of the great private collections of African art. Their goal to acquire works from all the major art traditions in the continent. The dream that would be almost impossible to achieve today. The majority of the objects the Tismans collected are from West and Central Africa, reflecting the collecting practices of their time. Looking at the collection today, one can focus on questions of history, deliberate the differing approaches to the human ideal, and consider the messages of power and status conveyed through form, gesture, and material. Since the mid-60s, the collection has greatly influenced the study of African art. Through exhibitions and publication, it has helped define African art and set aesthetics standards of quality. In 2005, Walt Disney World Co., a subsidiary of Walt Disney Company, gave all 525 objects in the Walt Disney Tisman African Art Collection to the National Museum of African Art Smithsonian Institute. Prior to that, it said Tisman desires to share their African art with as many people as possible, led to the sale of the collection to the Walt Disney Company in 1984. So that's how you know they got it. And then that's how you know they paid it forward this particular way. So, yeah. So we ain't got to play no game, man. We play no game, man. These people, they don't want no smoke. Where that boy go that was in the chat that had a whole lot to say? He still ducking? I figured he'd be ducking. He didn't want to have that conversation. He didn't want to have that. Thomas Jefferson talks about the banjo as an instrument. Yeah. I mean, we can find examples of everything that we got going on as far as the presence of material culture. That's why I said all the things that these black people in America want to see, sit here and claim the fame, can't do it without Africa. The presence of Africa. It kills them, hurts their spirits. They run and they tuck their tails. Man, we got a lot of content for y'all to go to cipher through tomorrow, today, tomorrow, the middle of the week, whatever the case may be. Hold on one second. Let me pull up something real quick. Oh, I dropped some books you can download. Well, a book you can download in the chat. I don't know if it's one or two. I can't remember. But I want to just come back and give some brief elements of culture. So that y'all can understand what I was saying earlier. I'm gonna give you an opportunity to see what I'm saying. I know y'all heard what I said, but I want you to see it. Okay, so this will show 5 examples to my example. So the main elements of culture are cognitive elements, beliefs, values, symbols, and language. So from each one of these core elements, and then the others, because you get art, and all that stuff. Out of the core elements, what I would do is divvy out a timeline and give 3 points inside of cognitive elements, beliefs, values, symbols, and language. Right? Through that debate, you got 15 minutes. You can easily, that's why I said three points per, and you show that timeline. I could show the as an example, more morality, right? Morality. Hold on, let me plug my laptop up. Yeah, this show was cool. It's a good one. It went by so fast too. But just dealing with morality. So I can show how the earlier Africans practiced and did things as it pertains to that and stretch it over time and how it developed among them. Like you don't get Congo squares without African presence and then these people coming together on something. You don't get Fort Mose, right? You don't get Fort Mose without the assimilation of Africans coming together from different parts of Africa, creating a dialect or a language to communicate in amongst themselves, where they all drew on commonalities, and then the other parts of that. So all of that is essential in moving forward with what we're discussing. You just beat them up like it. I mean, I'm not taking YK's way away at all. I'm just saying, if I was to argue how I would do it, and then there's ways that I would have stayed on how he did it as well, because it's still the same thing in a different way. He just did it a different way from me than I would have. I think I would have to have been more in my methodology. I would have had to been more tedious, so to say, into breaking those elements down. But still, the message is delivered and the research questions is answered. Nah, FBA is not real. Derek Gant says, I'm gonna say this, Derek, because you might have missed it. I don't know what the end of that is at all, what you're saying on the end of that. But like I said before, I'm gonna say it again. There's no culture continuity or anything passed down from generation over generation associated with the words FBA. You can't show it. You can't give examples of it, and you can't express it because you don't know what it is. But these elements that have been passed on from generation over generation are definitely rooted in Africa, from people we descend from, our enslaved ancestors descend from. So I don't know why y'all would even want to detach. You can't detach. Tariq Nasheed's website tell you that the first people that entered the Americas were enslaved people brought by the Europeans. And that story in 1526 stakes claim to them being of Africa. What's up, fat-headed ass girl? What you want?
Listen, put some respect on my name.
Oh, yeah.
I was gonna say you did a great presentation. Yeah, I see how you breaking it down.
But yeah, if you don't ever properly define culture and then understanding it, instead of assuming that people understand it, then you get the confusion, right? You get the confusion that you got out of dude in that round one. That dude's round one was pure garbage. That dude's round two, pure garbage. Like, you don't understand what culture is. And that's what I was trying to get people to see. That he kept on going to etymology, and you can't use the etymology as a definition. That's not the case. That's why you have anthropology. And in the elements of anthropology, they set it up to where you properly can understand that they have an avenue that expresses and researches and studies all these things. Does anybody really know what anthropology is? What an anthropologist does? You know what I'm saying? Do they really know what anthropology is as a field of study? And then there's subfields of anthropology. And they can't ever deal with that as well. But what's up, though, Meek? You been everywhere today. What happened on Garfield Show?
Are you talking to me or you talking to somebody else?
I'm talking to you. I said your name.
Oh, you did? Oh, homie, that's what you call me?
Man, I'm about to kick you. I said me. I said your name.
No, you didn't. You said homie.
I said you're not. Rewind it. If I rewind it and let you hear it,
Hey, if
you got
you want to do this on the internet?
to pay me $30.
Yeah, okay. Yeah,
I'm
go.
finna.
Also talk about the same old stuff.
The
You see my little
Hebrews.
clip I put up with y'all last night? That was some good stuff.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I think I saw it going live later too.
It was a saw. Both the saws. They both name a saw.
Right.
That's why Ben said the Jed pillars.
Trying to be funny.
Mm-hmm.
So did you understand last night what Asar was talking about when he was speaking on the culture?
He presented that before a few years ago.
Okay.
So when he pulled it up, I was familiar with what he was already arguing. And one of his arguments that you can't argue against is that when he says what he says about culture from that perspective, I mean, uncultured, and then he argues that that black people are borrowing from other people's culture, and you want to know how could you argue against that? So here's an example of black people borrowing from other people's culture. The Abos want to be what?
Indians.
The Hebrews want to be what?
Hebrew. I mean Israelites.
The Moors want to be what?
I think Islam is over there. Those people.
They don't want to be African, right?
Mm-hmm.
They want to be this people that took over and ran stuff. But inside of just okay, one more example. Jabari want to be what?
A Kemet priest.
A Kemetic priest.
Ain't that crazy? And
hold on. So if for a Asar to argue what he has been arguing, right? When he's saying that people are taking elements of other people's culture, can that not be demonstrated?
Yes. Yep.
But at the same time, you see the Africanness in a lot of the things that our ancestors brought with them during that Holocaust.
Mm-hmm.
So there's multiple things there. Do I agree that we don't have no culture? He didn't say that. He labeled it something else. Whether you agree with the label or the interpretation of that is solely on you. I'm not here to argue for Asar. He can have his own goddamn argument. What I am saying is there are things that I agree, and then there are things where I do not agree.
Mm-hmm.
I have the right for that because just like the good doctor in Asar's conversation, the good doctor was giving pushback, not in a way that Asar had to defend himself, but from understanding Asar's perspective, and they say, okay, I understand what you're saying, but how about this? You know what I mean? So,
right.
Okay, now how can we test it? That's why he said, all right, so let's measure it. And then he kept on saying, let's measure it. I think you still got more work to do on it. He wasn't negating none of that. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
So, all right. So that's that, but it was a good conversation, especially if you don't have a listening comprehension problem. And then what Robon was saying in the chat as well, you see and you know it and you can demonstrate it. So
but that chat was something else last night.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh yeah. Them fake ass Black Americans showed up, boy.
Mm-hmm.
Couple of them. I mean, about 10 or 15 of them showed up. That's how you know, because out of the, I think at best it was like 60 people.
Yeah.
But the ones that was in the chat just saying all kind of shit, because one of them was getting real disrespectful. It was so disrespectful to the fact that Kofi started timing motherfuckers out. And you know, Kofi don't never time nobody out.
Mm.
But they were just being disrespectful. He was, you know, talking about the word tether. And
I think I saw Ron on there too, but I wasn't. I was
yeah,
off and
yeah. Ron showed up. Ron showed up, but his whole thing was about showing up was that he talking about, I bet you won't come over my show, my panel and debate. And I'm like, but Ron, people be over there all the time. What are you talking about? I said, why would we come over there to debate you? You don't even study Black history. He don't know nothing about Black history.
One time, right?
Huh?
He was a Hebrew, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He was a Hebrew. So he came out of that. And that's what got him interested in Garfield so much. And that's why I said that he was arguing against Israelites, because he was indoctrinated in that shit. That's what he was. He ain't studied nothing about Black people history in America. He don't know none of that. That's why Rob Bourne was charging him so bad, and then he took off running. Because he said, Rob Bourne said, I went over there looking for you. You ain't even show up. You know what I'm saying? You got a channel, yeah, but you got a new audience. But he didn't get his new audience until he started dick riding Tariq, and he started being on this FBA wave. They didn't have nobody. Well, he didn't have nobody watching. He had like 6 people viewing his shows. In all his reaction videos, he would only have about 8 to 10 people. It is when he started being FBA, his views went up a little bit. His audience grew. Yeah. But not once have you ever seen him present information or write anything or articulate anything, or not even be able to rebut something. But he want the attention though. So he came over here trying to get people to come over here, and he wanted us he wanted me to leave the show that I'm on and go to his show. Why do you think he want me to do that?
That's crazy.
Talking about he been clipping something up. Man, I don't care nothing about you clipping nothing up, man. Because I said what I said about the albino situation, because that's what he brought up that he said that he clipped. He said he clipped when I said about the white people not being albino or whatever the case may be.
What was the conversation about? If he just randomly clipped something, I didn't get that.
Yeah, he was just clipping. He was just clipping where I said white people ain't albino. That I seen a Mexican that was albino yesterday.
Yeah, I mean albino. Anybody could be.
The first albinos come out of Africa.
Of course, everything.
You didn't understand what albinoism was until that was my only meaning behind me saying no about other people being albino, is because you don't get that until out of Africa.
Mm-hmm.
That was my main point. I just didn't articulate it, and I don't really care, because it's not like it's going to prove anything, because you want to win a point. Win it. I don't care if you win it, bro. You don't even read, bro. You're a reactionist.
I know he gonna see this thing. Yep.
He gonna read. He gonna say something because I kicked his ass out of the chat.
Damn, that's not.
No, I only did it because he's looking for attention. Like, bro, I ain't got time. I ain't got time for you, bro. Present some information. If okay, let me give you an example of what I'm saying. How could you, if all you do is critique people and never present anything? If all you did, your slightest thing is to critique people, what is it that what's your end game? You're protecting yourself from being critiqued. which means you're protecting yourself from being able to stand on that shit that you're trying to say you rock with.
True.
You ain't never seen him present information on what it is to be a foundational Black American, and then the elements and expressions of that and why this is that. No, it is a new wave, and that's why he came over here and said earlier there's lanes to the FBA. You got the extremists, which would be the abos, right? They would be the extremists in that. You got the Yvettes and Tones, which would be the ADOS, which is the original to that. And then they got other different lanes of people that argue different shit. But I don't even care about none of that. Because none of it don't exist without Africa. And it only exists online. And I don't care how many people are trying to buy into the bullshit. You can't get rid of Africa. That's my whole thing. And when you start talking about the politics, shit, the motherfuckers ain't got no political backing. Only ADOS has any sense as it pertains to understanding policies and in politics. So no, that's why. But even in this debate even expressed how stupid motherfuckers is, because this dude thinks that he's an Indian. And here we are having a conversation about Black people want to be everything but what they really are, and then he expresses it in the debate. Talk about predictability. Them your peoples though. You're on mute. You're on mute, man. Or you ain't got nothing to say. That's crazy work right there. Hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second, y'all. I'm gonna drop that link again. Right, so what you doing, bro? Keenan. What'd he say? Ross, I am not on YouTube, bro. Mika said her phone rang. How convenient. I also agree with that. FBA is just a sci-fi social media reality TV. Natives, Guana people that is often left out of the Martyrs book. What up, Ross?
What's good, big bro?
I see you say you're cleaning up.
I'm gonna be hit miss because I'm cleaning up. I gotta rearrange a room, but I thought I'd jump in and say peace while I'm taking a little break.
Yeah.
But that last link speaks towards how long they've known of albino Native Americans, and that's what do you call them? V not Oklahoman. What's Vernell? People like him often leave that out of Martyr's book on how they was finding light-skinned Indians and was saying they was white just as much as the misinformation about those runaway slaves found in Panama, if you get what I'm saying. Like if we wanted to, we can make the complete counter argument and they go-to books. But I thought I'd throw that out there for the audience real quick.
Yeah.
And yeah, I missed the beginning of the show, but hell yeah, we practice African cultures and traditions. I don't even know if y'all covered basket namings and things of that nature.
Nah, he did. YK did.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah, YK brought up the baskets. We all know that they did at the baskets. They did at the baskets for sure. Let me see here. But now let me take this down real quick. You got something you want to put on the screen? I know you're cleaning up. Or
No,
you,
not at the moment.
okay. You kill them with the libations too. It's just every time it just bloop, bloop, bloop. Dude pulled up a link from blackamericans.com and start trying to use it against YK. Yo, but it was crazy with that. He was crazy with that. It had to be one of those moments. I think I might have the website wrong, but y'all know what I'm talking about. He pulled it up.
I don't know if he's in the chat, but all those newspaper clippings from because I heard the Gullas being mentioned, and even them covering that Mende song. Some good articles for YK to have are Joseph Apollo's news articles published right here in Oklahoma, where he was talking about how he wished he known he never had to leave Oklahoma and go to Africa to study the Gullah people, and how he found them correlations here.
Right.
There's a there's a city here when it was still Indian territory.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to dig up information on it. I really can't find anybody that has anything
I'm back now.
to present a whole lot. Like
Man, yeah.
so far I found one talking about school teachers and a post office. But there was a city here called African City when it was Indian territory. But I'm not finding a whole lot of information on it. I found that shit just stumbling around one day, looking at old newspaper clippings. And I haven't to this day I haven't seen anybody cover it. That's the first time I hit Danny with something that he didn't know.
Yeah, you got to bring it out. So look what it say on the screen. What it say on the screen? Africans brought to the Americas the greatly varied cultures of their homelands, including folklore, language, music, and foodways, and forging new lives with one another, as well as neighboring Europeans and Native Americans. Rich varieties of African diaspora culture took root in the New World, decidedly shaped by the cultural innovations of Africans and their descendants. The debate was over. So, what are Black Americans practicing? Are they practicing Indian culture or are they practicing more of an African culture? Folklore. Come on, man. Language. This is what I mean by saying what I was saying. Like you go through and you speak to these particular points because it helps you in your argument as it pertains to everything that's going on. Why y'all get mute? Shit, y'all just speak free, speak freely.
Speak freely. Yeah.
Nah, not you, not you.
Anyway, dude, I swear. So, that's what we talking about now.
And whatever you want to talk about. You can talk about the debate. You can refer back to yesterday. It's up to you.
Mm, um, I just came, so I'm trying.
So what?
I said I just came back. I'm trying to catch up.
Oh, you behind? Just do
Yeah, I'm.
something. I don't know. But nah, like
Man, what is you showing?
look at this. Former slaves possessed objects that were personal and meaningful to them. This document box was originally owned by Aunt Letty, a former slave in Williamsburg, Virginia. She lived on Bill. She lived with the Bill family on Duke of Gloucester Street, where the family operated a hardware store. Aunt Letty used this box to store all of her most treasured possessions, and then left the box to the Bill children after her death. Boom. I mean, this one source right here kills them. They really ain't got to go too far in it. Um, y'all can definitely look at an old true story video where he gonna provide y'all with some other stuff that's going on.
Mm, okay. Well, you know what? Not FBA, so I can't speak on it because I'm not allowed because I'm other. So.
Man, don't nobody care nothing about none of that stuff. This man, listen,
Gang, gang.
we don't even we don't even we don't even become who we become without people in the Caribbean. So
That's right. That's right. It's crazy
people,
how they us the same as them because of a land, and we all came from the same land. But I think I kind of understand. They trying to say that their the stuff that they went through was different from the stuff that the people on the island went through, and maybe that
no, slavery was on the island.
I know,
But
but they saying the way how they was treated more. So
chattel
that
slavery was on the island and it was
yeah,
not
but
worse. I mean, it was no different.
it wasn't worse. But I feel from my history that the people on the island fought more than the people in on America. I
There was
could
more of them to rebel, and
yeah.
they were together. They wasn't as divisive or not divisive, but they weren't that separated. They had the means to bond and band together and
Mm-hmm.
do those things, revolt, right?
Right.
Because they were close. They were too closely tied. Whereas you had 100, 200, 300,000 acres of land that would separate bands of Africans. So the revolts would be smaller.
Mm.
If there was a revolt, or they would just run away.
Then you gotta have the observational skills to look at the various ways of that rebellious behavior taking place. Um, there's subtle ways that you wouldn't consider rebellion, but that's what they was doing, like working slow. It just you got to look at location and like Sean was alluding to, what's the cause and effects of my behaviors?
Mm.
If I go buck, it's similar today. If I run up in the bank because I don't have the money and I act a ass and get locked up,
Hey,
what benefit is
Chavis
that to the
FBA.
kids? You get
Chavis
what I'm
FBA.
saying? But hey,
Cha-
Sean, did they cover burial practices?
Oh no, he could have killed
Like,
them. Well,
yeah,
I don't
like
recall. I don't recall. I can't remember. So much stupid shit was said.
I got you.
I can't remember.
But that's another one to look at in the inception of this hemisphere being built up. With our remains would have been buried with the head facing west, the feet facing east, and more than likely you're gonna see shells or copper something to signify being African with those remains.
Y'all see that? Just to give it back to you, rooted in Africa, raised in America, the traditional arts and crafts of African Americans across 5 centuries.
Who that
It's,
new chat? I never saw that person before.
you said what?
Who that new mod in your chat? I never saw that before.
That's Chavis. What are you talking about? That's Chavis.
In your chat, right? Who
It
is no?
says North. It says Northside Dundada. That's Chavis.
Oh, okay. I was like, wait a minute, who that?
Jesus Christ.
Listen, you the one who got these weird ass names. It didn't say Chavis.
He's on his other page.
Oh, how am I supposed to know that?
Because you should have clicked on it and seen it. If you'd have clicked on it and seen it, it would have took you to shit to let you know that it's him.
So what you showing now? The drums?
And then, yeah, I'm just giving people examples of how we got the evidence to argue the subject matter. That's the Ashanti drum. And then the examples. So pottery.
Oh, Sean, the slave when they were doing the slave, did they put like the slave that wouldn't listen or whatever, the hard, did they put them on one, like they put them on the island instead of bringing them to America?
You talking about slaves that were rebel?
Yeah, they put them on the islands,
Nah,
right?
it wasn't necessarily it wasn't necessarily confined to if it was the island or not. It could in some instances generate where they wanted to take certain slaves, that they would keep them away from others. So instead of them going on one part of the island, they may have went on another part of the island, or they would have been in places where you could control them in a manner versus not being able to control them. But most of the people that they knew they would revolt or known for revolting, they would take them to specific places, yeah. So it's kind of all of the above. It just depended on the circumstance, I do believe. But I don't want to just say that's all they did.
Yeah, it's gonna be very nuanced, and the white people ain't gonna fuck their money up. Here's one thing we stateside Negroes leave out: one of the main reasons you're gonna see more slaves in those islands in Caribbean area is because those were the most profitable colonies at the time. So you're gonna have more labor force where you're making the most money, and you're not gonna send Sean, Kofi, and Bubba's ass down there to fuck the money up. You're gonna send me somewhere to cotton picking Alabama. You get what I'm trying to say? So you got to take that into consideration too.
Hold on, y'all. Y'all hold it down real quick. I need to run downstairs real fast. Be right back. But let me hold on. I just remember earlier I talked about the quills, right? You see the quills right there. But and there go examples of other quilts. Like, bro, like everything that we talk about, we know. We know. I'm gonna leave this right here on the screen real quick while y'all talk. Hold it down for me. POP. Oh, about the seasoning? Yeah. Let me pull up an example of seasoning for you. What Not a Coincidence is talking about. I want to put something on the screen. I can come back to it. This is what they did to the to Africans when they first got here, and then I'm gonna come back to where I'm at on that document. Yo, Mika, can you see the screen?
It's small on my phone, but I'm gonna see if I can see it on something else.
I just zoomed it in, so if you're looking at, yeah, look at something else, and I'll be right back. Y'all hold it down.
The
Make sure
only
you hold
yeah,
on. Can you see it?
it's so small, but I guess somebody else could read it or
Go on
something.
your phone.
Yeah.
I'll try.
No, it's small on my phone. I don't think the letters.
Turn your phone sideways, bro.
Oh, let me see if it's gonna mess up. Okay, I'll wait till you come back. Go ahead. I'll read it.
Here, I'll read it real quick.
All right.
Seasoning, or the seasoning, was the period of adjustment that slave traders and slave holders subjected enslaved African people to following their arrival to the Americas. While modern scholarship has occasionally applied this term to the brief period of accumulation undergone by European immigrants to the Americas, it most frequently and formally referred to the process undergone by enslaved people. Slave traders used the term seasoning to refer to the process of adjusting the enslaved Africans to the new climate, diet, geography, and ecology of the Americas. The term applied to both the physical accumulations of the enslaved person to the environment as well as the person's adjustment to new social environment, labor regimes, and language. Slave traders and owners believed that if slaves survived the critical period of the environmental seasoning, they were less likely to die, and the physical element would make them more easily controlled. This process took place immediately after the arrival of the enslaved people, during which their mortality rates were particularly high. These new or saltwater slaves were described as outlandish on arrival. That's weird they call them saltwater. That's what they use for Chinese as well. I would more than likely consider them to be the Bozalas, but we can get into that later. Those who survived this process became seasoned and typically commanded a higher price in the market. For example, in the 18th century Brazil, the price differential between new and seasoned slaves was about 15%. In the next section of this article, Atlantic Creoles made up the first generation of enslaved people. Atlantic Creoles were often mixed race, integrated into and familiar with European society, and gained freedom at a higher rate or at higher rates prior to the 18th century. The first half of the 18th century saw a shift in Atlantic slavery, while tobacco, sugar, and rice took root in the Caribbean and North American colonies. The enslaved population of the New World shifted from a society with slaves to a slave society, with prominence of saltwater slavery, enslavement, enslavement through the Atlantic slave trade. With the expansion of the slave trade in the mid 18th century, the nature of slavery changed, operating on a larger scale. Slave traders transported enslaved Africans to various European colonies throughout the Americas, both before and after decolonization of the Americas, systemizing both the voyage and the process of seasoning, though it varied locationally and temporarily. While slave traders and owners practiced seasoning in both North and South America, it was not practiced consistently in the southern colonies, where planters often forced new slaves to work immediately upon the arrival to the colonies. Slave traders and slave owners adopted the term seasoning during the transatlantic slave trade, when newly arrived slaves died at high rates in years following disbarkmentation. Death rates differed among regions in the Americas, though both the Middle Passage and the seasoning period were exceptionally deadly across the Americas. Dr. Collins, writing in 1803, attributed the high mortality rates to disease, changing climate, diet, labor, severity, and suicide. In the 13 colonies, death rates during the seasoning were at an estimated 25 to 50%. In Cuba, deaths in a single year were between 7 and 12%, while the mortality rate reached as high as 33% in Jamaica. In Brazil, an estimated 25% of the enslaved people died during the seasoning process, where the law also required that slaves be baptized during the first year in the country. The next section is going to go over the diet. A contemporary observer noted that seasoning was a training not only to work hard, but scantily diet. Slave owners drastically limit the slave's diet both in breadth and depth to the diet of the plantations, which was chiefly composed of maize, rice, and flour. Battered by this inadequate diet, enslaved people often suffered dropsies, edema, and fluxes of diarrhea, compounding their severe and widespread malnutrition. The next section is disease. I'm on my phone, so y'all give me a minute. Newly arrived slaves experienced high rates of disease, death during the seasoning process. During the Middle Passage, slave traders forced enslaved Africans to live in tight quarters without ventilation, sufficient food, or water, and with no opportunity for hygiene. In such conditions, enslaved people often contracted scurvy and amoebic dysentery, of which amoebic dysentery or the blood flux claimed most the lives. Once ashore, enslaved people lived in appalling conditions similar to those of the Middle Passage. Underfed and exposed to new ecologies, enslaved people then had to battle the new climate and the forced hard labor. Weakened by the voyage and immediately brutality of slavery, many enslaved people died of smallpox, measles, influenza, and unidentified diseases at high rates in the first several years after arrival. Labor and violence. The next section is probably going to be what you wanted to hear, Mika. It's going to lead into the resistance, but I got to get through this one first.
Okay.
Though it took many different forms, seasoning universally involved the further commodification of human beings and their preparations by enslavers for the marketplace and labor. Enslavers accomplished this preparation by treating their slaves harshly, subjugating them to brutal regimes of training and violence. Lasting between 1 and 3 years, this process of adjustment was physical and psychologically taxing. I gotta scroll down. And marked by brutality and coercion. Slaveholders resorted to force and violence in order to subdue the saltwater slaves. I gotta quit saying saltwater. I'm gonna start saying bozales. If y'all hear me say bozales, just know they got saltwater in here. And bozales means Africans straight from Africa with no concept of English or Spanish. Enslavers regularly beat slaves, maimed them, and placed them in stocks or solitary confinement. In one particular cruel practice, the slaveholder would whip a naked woman, often pregnant, and pour salt, pepper, or wax into her open wounds. What, buddy? You want to say hi to everybody?
Mommy.
Okay.
He said, "Mommy."
In addition to violence, enslaved people had to. Boy, watch out. It's not your mama talking. In addition to violence, enslaved people had to adjust to hard labor over the seasoning period. In the Caribbean, newly arrived slaves were given baskets for fertilizing the sugar fields the week they arrived. This was the first step in the essential process of training the new arrivals in the technologies of sugar cultivation. Elsewhere, too, enslaved people were taught how to cultivate and process crops, often including the ones meant to sustain the enslaved population during the seasoning. Over the seasoning period, slave owners wanted their slaves to acquire both knowledge of the labor and become accustomed to the extreme workload Training did not only take the form of labor. Enslaved people were also taught the language of the colony either by other slaves who had already undergone the seasoning process or by white overseers of the plantation. Okay, Mika, now we get into resistance. Though constantly threatened with beatings and further ill treatment, enslaved people resisted their enslavement in the seasoning in several visible ways. Scholars have considered widespread suicide among newly enslaved people as an act of resistance. Indeed, enslavers feared suicide alongside disease, and contemporary manuals for the seasoning, including recommendations for improving an enslaved person's disposition to best avoid suicide. Hunger plagued enslaved people during and after the seasoning, and reports of food theft at any opportunity, and the beatings from enslavers that followed such thefts were common. Still, others refused to eat entirely and were similarly punished. Runaway attempts were common, though these recently enslaved arrivals rarely escaped successfully, as they had little familiarity with, boy, get off of me, with their surroundings and were isolated on the major plantations in the Americas. That's the end of this article.
Okay.
I don't know if Sean's back yet or not.
Mm, yeah. So they
I'm
try to
here.
decide and not eating and all that. So they was like I don't want to say it. Like they were like the toughest one that would wanted to go against. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So that's why I mentioned that, because the FDA always talking about they didn't go through what we went through. And I'm thinking, like, if they talking like that, because most people fought hard, or I know they fought hard in America too. So I'm just trying to figure out what was the difference.
Nah, they pseudo. They don't even know.
Hmm. So they trying to split everybody up, but it seems like everybody was
These
going.
methods, yeah, these methods were implied by Europeans here and other places. So for them to sit there and say, "Oh, one had it harsher than the other one," bullshit. Take your ass to to Cuba and go pick sugarcane. Go do that. It feels just like cotton. Like they tripping.
Yep,
That's why we know who we are.
that's what we know who we are.
Yep. And how related we are. That's why John Henry Clark always tell us that we just got dropped off in different areas.
Mm. Yep.
Chattel slavery is chattel slavery.
Right. And according to history that I heard, that they knew what tribe was where. Oh, yeah, they knew what tribe was where. So I guess I don't know. It's confusing. But do you think we have our own culture now, or are we still reaching?
Um, we have elements,
Mm-hmm.
and we also are borrowing. We also are sharing.
Are we making like a new culture? Do you think?
Um, yeah, because we are unable to remember we were unable to practice certain African traditions. Then we're able to do it now if we wanted to, but and some of us are, but we weren't allowed to do that. Remember, we had to give up our gods, give
Right.
up, our more ways. We had to do all of that. That's our reality.
Mm-hmm. Do you think that we can build a
You
new.
sound like Abo. Go ahead.
No, but oh yeah, boy, damn. I'm gonna say something, but something that will work. You think that we could build a new culture that will work for everybody, for us in general, the slave, you know? I don't want to sound like the Abels and change history. I'm talking about making something better. Like, let's just make something better that works for
Based on
us.
what culture is, all we can do is improve upon it as it evolves with us, not create a new.
Oh, we can't do that. Take too long. Yeah, because you know what? When I said that,
Hold
huh?
on. I'm trying to help you out. So look how long the Native Americans been in the Americas.
Mm-hmm.
You think they got a new culture?
I think they had different cultures because it wasn't just one group of people. So
I'm asking.
say it again.
Do you think that the Native American culture is different than the ancestral culture whom they descend from?
No, I'm not. I'm not sure. I'm gonna say no.
So you're saying it's the same?
Little. I mean, same as you know how some culture like to keep the tradition. So I'm saying that it might have a little change, but most of the time they want to stick to what the ancestors did. So I'm not sure.
They still have their language?
Today,
Yeah.
a
They
lot
still
of
have their language.
today. No,
Yes,
very.
they do. They do. Even though some of them speak English, they still have their native language.
Yeah, some. Yeah.
No. They all do.
You think so? So how do language get lost? Don't somebody stop telling you to? Yeah, how do language get lost? Somebody had to stop talking and speak a different one. So I don't know.
When the English start making you speak English,
Yeah, and then you forget.
it forbid you from speaking your language. But you couldn't do that with Native Americans.
Mm-hmm.
You couldn't do that with them. They on their homeland. You can't remove that.
True.
That shit was selective. And even still, a lot of them were pushed out of places.
Yeah. That's crazy.
Mm-hmm. That's why this was significant. Hold on one moment. Let me I need to get to something else. Where is it? Can you see the screen?
Yeah, I can see the screen, but I can't. The words is like really small. So
Wow, so where you at?
got a worse eye.
It says the Atlantic slave trade, the transatlantic slave trade, involved the transportation by slave traders of enslaved African people to where? You see that? Americas. European slave ships regularly used a triangular trade route in the Middle Passage. The Europeans established a coastal slave trade in the 15th century. Trade to the Americas began in the 16th, lasting through the 19th. The vast majority of those who were transported in the transatlantic slave trade were from where? Central and West Africa, and had been sold by West African slave traders to European slave traders, while others had been captured directly by slave traders in the coastal raids.
I got a question. Hey,
Yeah.
you know, it says.
I told you I'm elbow.
Listen, you know where it said it was transported from Central and West Africa? That's where they brought the people right? That don't necessarily mean that those people was in that area. They could have came from all over, right? And just
No, they
that,
brought the people from the area.
huh?
They brought West Africans and they brought Central Africans. These people were in the area where they lived and have been for a long time and was uprooted.
Okay. Just so we making it clear for those who's listening.
What you saying?
I'm just saying, I'm just to make it clear, because there's people that ask the question like, did they come from here or there, and then did they, like the Hebrews, I could say, because you know I'm messing with golf
Man,
clubs.
I ain't with y'all in this Hebrew conversation.
Hebrews are like the damn Indian people, y'all over there, the Abos or whatever y'all going against.
I don't care.
Because they, you know what it is, and I say it straight. I don't care. True story and came from me for that. Y'all Black American don't have no identity. That's why y'all going through this. On the islands, it's not like this crazy. We know we can't
Nah,
find
on the island, they know they're African.
exactly. Yo, I said that true story that came about. Wait a minute. Listen, Black American, y'all lost. And I'm gonna say it now, y'all lost, y'all don't know your identity, y'all making up stuff, and y'all trying to sell it to other people, or sell it to your own people, which is crazy. So that's what it remind me of. Look at somebody said Asar had dropped a post. He's not done with that one. Yeah. Yeah, it's going down. You know, once Asar got his mind on something, he's going. He's gonna keep going.
Yeah.
Yeah. He gonna make you understand. Yeah.
I don't know what happened to Yodi. Yodi got beat up and never came back.
Mika Aloe the tethers down.
Look at the South Atlantic and Caribbean economies. What does it say? South Atlantic and Caribbean economies were particularly dependent on slave labor and the production of sugar cane. Y'all heard me say that.
On sugar cane.
And other commodities. This was viewed as crucial by those Western European states which were vying with one another to create overseas empires. The Portuguese in the 16th century were the first to transport slaves across the Atlantic. Where did they take them to? Brazil. Brazil.
It's funny how you say Brazil. Brazil.
Brazil.
Brazil. Brazil. Yep. Take them there first. And you know what? I had this European teacher when I was going to school, and she used to be like, I don't understand why Black people like that. It was all this economic money thing.
Not a coincidence. He says he was asking if y'all islanders know y'all African, what happened to Yodi?
Yodi is one of the lost one that we threw over the board, you know? So, you know, some of that's funny as hell. Yeah, he one of the lost one. You know, you got one of those crazy one that's in your family and you gotta be like, yo, he over there. That's what happened to Yodi.
Yoda Lee?
Poor dude. Poor Yodi. We threw him away. He is an embarrassment, man. We not claiming him actually. We giving him, he one of y'all.
No, he ain't.
He wanted y'all. That's one of y'all people. Y'all did something to him, but he turned. His brain is gone.
Oh, I'm gonna pull up some records from Lisbon. Mm-mm-mm. Keep talking, Mika.
Mm-hmm. Oh, you want me to keep talking? That's the first time a man said keep talking to me. Let me stop. Word.
Damn shame.
I know. Y'all be wanting women to be quiet, and now I'm hearing one say keep talking. Yeah.
Use the
What you trying to
Hebrew.
do
Use
with?
the Hebrew telling you to shut up.
You know, they so damn disrespectful.
That's why we use the Hebrew.
No, who said I was a Hebrew?
You was.
That's the misconception of y'all when I first came in this community. Cause y'all go on what y'all think and what y'all believe, like y'all
You was
some
a lie.
religious person too. Cause I never said that. I
You
was
was a
trying to
Hebrew.
understand what the other half was saying. Cause
Mm-mm.
I did.
You was a Hebrew.
I'm a Brooklynite. I'm a New Yorker. I mean,
Nah,
we got.
you was a Hebrew.
I don't know. Now here is Sean telling me who I was or who I am. He sound like an abo. You gonna tell me I'm an abo next? I never once said I was a Hebrew.
Yeah, you was.
Never once.
So how did Garfield get you up out of being an Israelite?
That's exactly. How could you get me out of something that I wasn't in?
Mm-mm. He got you out of it.
How?
You knew the whole doctrine and all
The
that.
person that could get me out of something is me, myself, and I. I could
Nah,
only get myself out of something. Nobody could get me out of anything.
nah.
But at the same time, I was in a community, just like I'm in any kind of community, I ask questions. So I ask questions. Oh, I'm a
You was
Hebrew.
in the Hebrew community,
I was
but you
in a,
weren't Israelites.
but I wasn't a Israel. Nope. I was in a community, but I wasn't an
You was
Hebrew.
in the Hebrew Israelite community, but you wasn't a Hebrew Israelite.
That's right. Because you know what? In community, they had rule, regulation, and other stuff. It wasn't about the name per se. And I'm from ancient Israel. I never thought I was an ancient person. I didn't think I descended from no ancient Israelite person. I never thought that. So therefore, you cannot be in my head and tell me who I thought I was, because I never said that. But yes, I was in a community with Israelite, but I
Yeah,
never thought.
you was in a cult.
Yes, just like many other people was in a cult.
So how's you not an Israelite, but you're in the Israelite cult?
Yes, but that don't mean I was in it like that. No, there's layers to it. Unc was in a cult, but was he in it like
Nah,
that?
bro. Nah, I'm
No,
not listening.
Unc
I'm
was
not
in.
listening.
Listen to me.
You trying
Unc was
to
in a cult.
justify it. You trying to justify it.
No, okay. Unc was in a cult. Was he
Ain't
in it?
no. You is trying to justify it.
Justifying anything. I'm telling you where
You
my history.
is.
Listen, I went to school with Israelite. I was around Israelite.
You was an Israelite.
But at the same time, that don't mean I was all in it like I
You
believe
was
I
an
was.
Israelite. Say it.
I'm not gonna say it.
Admit it.
Admit what?
I'm scared to admit you was an Israelite.
I can't admit something I wasn't. I can't do it to myself too.
Nah.
Knowing my history, I can't admit that I
Let
believe.
me call your daddy, Garfield.
Garfield, nothing.
Yeah, let me call your daddy, Garfield.
Garfield was just somebody that had a little insight in the history, and I'm a history buff, so I like history, so I went there. But he couldn't get me out of something that I was never in. Only I could get myself out of something.
Anyway, let me finish.
Yeah,
Portugal started the European slave trade with Africa. Prince Henry the Navigator of Portugal sent a trading expedition to Africa to explore the little-known continent in 1441. By 1444, a cargo of 235 enslaved Africans, dang it, enslaved Africans had been brought to Lagos in Portugal. The Portuguese were using enslaved Africans on sugar plantations in Madeira, a Portuguese island off the west coast of Africa by 1460. They built the first slave fort in 1481 on the coast of modern Ghana. This was Elmina, Castle, the headquarters of the Portuguese slave traders in the early 17th century. Portugal was a major trader in enslaved Africans. At this time, it held the asiento, or contract, to supply the Spanish colonies with slaves. This meant that, as well as buying their own slaves, the Portuguese were buying slaves for Spanish-owned plantations. This added to the overall number of slaves which purchased ships carried. Records show the total figure to be 4.650 million enslaved Africans. That's just the Portuguese. Lisbon in Portugal was the major port involved in the Portuguese slave trade. From here, the ships went to West Africa and took the enslaved Africans across the Atlantic. See, I ain't even gonna deal with the American shit because I ain't trying to give y'all nothing to claim. So I went to Lisbon and got you a source up out of Lisbon that you can't get over. All right. Many of the slaves were carried to plantations and mines in Brazil. Between 1721 and 1730, 150,000 slaves were taken to Brazil. Between 1801 and 1810, 200,000 were taken. The Portuguese city of Porto, this ain't including all the others, y'all. The Portuguese of Porto made a strong brandy, especially with African trade. 3 anchors, a measured unit of would buy a young male slave. So 3 anchors of a measured unit, you could buy a fucking slave. A person, a male. Portuguese traded with other European countries as well as Africa. Bristol traders were buying items such as wine, especially port wine, with the Portuguese traders. Portuguese coins found in the mud of floating harbor in Bristol show the Bristol merchants were trading with Portuguese. 3 Portuguese ships are recorded as coming into Bristol together in 1309, carrying figs and raisins. By about 1390, Portuguese was a major trading partner. Boom, 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 boom. We can go to Spain. We're going to get the same information. Spain needed labor of its plantations in South America. Yada, 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 yada. Going through. We can go to France. Same motherfucking bullshit. Keep going on and on and on and on and on. Like, we ain't even got to play these games with y'all folk. These are the places involved. You don't have to make it up. What's up, Absolutely?
Bang, bang, balance. How you feeling, player?
Hanging in there, man. What you here to lie about today?
I just noticed you were pulling up some ship documents when I tuned in here. Just wondering who actually built those ships coming from that Bristol yard, and which Bristol yard were they coming from? I just didn't see that.
Do you know where Bristol is?
Yeah, it should be in England, if I'm not mistaken, correct?
I was just talking about the Portuguese. Do you know where Bristol is?
Bristol should be in England, right? And not in Portugal, right?
Do you know where the Bristol ports are? Hold on, let's do this way. Let's stop. Let's pull up a map.
Maybe I'm thinking of Lisbon.
You could be thinking of Lisbon, but southwest of England is Bristol. It's a port city.
So it is in England, not Portugal.
Southwest of England. It is a port city. It has always been known port city.
No, it's absolutely fine. I'm just trying to see here, where is it located at?
What do you mean? On a map?
Yeah, I thought you was about to pull up a map and show where this Bristol port city is located at. That's all. But I think it's in England somewhere and not in Portugal, right? I'm just asking. I ain't questioning you. I was just asking. Because you're saying something about Portugal, but you're speaking about Bristol port.
That's where they were coming out of, Bristol.
So the Portuguese were coming
Do
out of
you
Bristol?
know? No. Where did I say the ports are? Where are the ports?
Well, I didn't hear you say where the ports were, but I did hear you say Bristol.
Bristol is where the ports are.
And who's using these ports?
All the Europeans were.
So
Many
the Portuguese.
Many
Okay.
people of the UK were using them. The Portuguese were the first people to be transporting people across the waters, the Atlantics.
Okay, so what port were they leaving from? And I guess you would say Portugal. Is it the Lisbon port? Or what's their shipyard that they were leaving from, these Portuguese that you speak of? Because you pulled up a UK Bristol documentation for the slave trade, right? But you were talking about the Portuguese, but I was kind of confused.
The source that you see on the screen talks about a multitude of United Kingdoms. It talks about Bristol, Hartlepool, Liverpool, London, Southampton.
So this has nothing to do with Lisbon and Portugal, right?
I'm on the Bristol side of the source and the transatlantic slave trade. I can go to everywhere I need to go. I can go to wherever I need to go.
So when did they start transporting slaves, according to this website?
From Bristol to, what it say? Can you see that?
Hold on,
From Bristol to Africa.
Okay, hey, not a problem. So what was the first ship you showed? I didn't quite hear it. I kind of came in a little bit after, and I heard you.
I ain't even started talking about ships.
So we're just talking about.
I'm not even talking about ships.
But we're talking about shipyards and Bristol being a port city.
Where do people come from? Where they come out of?
Well, right now they're not coming out of anywhere because we don't have a mode of transportation, because you're not talking about ships yet. Because you're not talking about ships. I'm only going off your conversation.
What am I talking about?
You're talking about a storyline so far because you don't have a ship yet, but you're looking at a ship website.
Who said I don't have a ship?
Boy, I asked you a question. What's the first ship that they say?
You can't ask me a question because I wasn't being specific about a particular ship. I'm talking about an actual occurrence that happened in history.
Okay, so what occurrence happened in history that you're referring to by looking at this website?
Who enslaved Africans first?
So who did?
The Portuguese.
So where's their shipping yard that they left from to go enslave people? Because you're looking at the United Kingdom port cities right now, and not.
You wasn't listening. So here, I want to do this again for you because you wasn't listening, and I don't like going over shit that we just did. Okay, so I'm gonna make it very easy for you. Can you see the screen? I'm gonna zoom in so you can see it. It says Portugal, right? Portugal started the European slave trade with Africa. Do you agree or disagree?
I disagree, but I did want to hear your storyline behind it.
No. I'm asking you a question.
I said I disagree.
Okay. So who started the European slave trade with Africa?
nobody started the European slave trade with Africa. It's a story. It's not real. So you're asking me who started something that didn't
All
actually
right.
happen.
So
It's only
Prince Henry, the navigator of Portugal, sent a trading expedition to Africa to explore the little known continent in 1441. You're saying that this is a story and it never happened.
not unless you can prove that Prince Henry and the ship
Asking
that
you a question. Is Prince Henry a real person?
okay, I'm gonna say that the ship that he was supposedly selling in is not real.
I'm
Not
asking you, is Prince Henry a real person?
no, because there's no ship either that can back this story up.
I'm asking you, is Prince Henry a real person?
No, not from
Very
Afro-Eurasia. No.
okay. So how did you come to the conclusion that Prince Henry is not a real person based on what source?
Based on the source that they have no verified ship that he actually sailed in to do this actual
One
expedition.
more
Basically.
time. What evidence did you compile that you reviewed and referred to that would tell you that Prince Henry is not a real person?
They have no ship for the sailing trip that he went
No,
on.
one
That is
more
the proof.
time. What information did you research that helped you come to the conclusion that Prince Henry was not a real person?
The same website you're on, they have no proof of the ship
No,
actually being
you've never
created
been
or
to this
made or
website. You've
sailed.
never been to this website. You've never reviewed this information. So I'm going to ask you one more time. Where in this website does it say that Prince Henry is not a real person? Where can I find that?
Could you find me also in that website where it says that ship was built by whom?
Can you tell me where in this source does it say that Prince Henry is not a real person?
What is his grave at? He
I
doesn't even
am
have a grave.
asking you
He's
a
not real. He has no grave site.
how do
Has
you
no
know if he
official
has,
date
how
of
do you
birth.
know that he has a grave or don't have a grave?
I looked it up. That's what I'm telling you. It's not
How?
just about the
So
one guy.
what source? Put the source in the back chat. Let's pull it up.
There is no source for something you can't find. You
Well,
know
hell
that,
no.
right?
So did you look it up? Absolutely.
Because I did my research. That's what you call looking
No,
up
you
something. He
okay? So
has no
what
barrier.
research did you do? Absolutely, that said this man is fake and he don't have a grave site. And then when I asked you for the source, you said there's no source. So how are you coming to the conclusion that the nigga didn't exist?
Well, you can type it in too now. Look for his grave
I
site.
don't need
You
to
won't
type in
find
shit.
it.
I need your source.
That is my source. There is no
No, it's not.
information
Nigga, you said no
online
source
about
exists.
where his death could have been
You
or where his
said,
grave
yeah, you
is.
said no source exists. I asked you specifically about Prince Henry the Navigator, bro. There's documentation about this motherfucker even writing letters. That's the whole thing. I simply went back to the beginning of this just so you could understand where I am in this conversation. Then you start asking about ships. Then you're trying to argue that no ships exist. The caravels do exist. They're using ships in the fucking Mediterranean, bro. They're fighting wars in the Mediterranean. They have shipping technology. I'm not even talking about crossing the Atlantic yet. I deal with a real timeline. I'm in the 1400s where they were having issues with crosswinds. Therefore, they knew they couldn't go too far out in the Atlantic or those ships would get lost or turned into circles. So for you to sit here and say that they don't have anything, they specifically are telling you, bro, we in the Mediterranean with ships right now, fighting wars, doing trade. How the hell is you saying they ain't got no damn ships? Do you know where the port, the port city of all of these places are coming out of? I specifically am going. I went to these things on purpose. I went to them on purpose because y'all don't do that research. Y'all just sit here and start making up shit, bro. Not a coincidence.
What's good? What's good? I'm back. So he's just gonna question you to death. He don't got no reason, right? He said he looked up. He did so couldn't find his burial. His buried where he's buried, right?
Yeah.
I
He said
put
based
in
on
the
his
chat.
research.
Yeah, he couldn't have did no research because all you gotta do is punch in where's Prince Henry the Navigator buried at, and it tells you. So what research did he do? He's lying.
Sir, they just put a statue out there. That is not his actual burial. That's
Sean, you
just a
see my
statue.
last comment? My last comment?
Hold on. Yeah. Right here. You said
Yeah.
Prince Henry the Navigator is buried in the Founders Chapel at the magnificent Batala Monastery in Batala, Portugal, alongside his parents.
So what research did he do?
There's not
None.
an actual burial there. Now pull up his damn
Did you go?
headstone. No, pull up his headstone.
What?
Pull up his headstone.
What are you talking about?
All you
No.
gotta do is play games.
No. We're not playing any games. No, pull up
You
his
are.
headstone. We're only reading something. Show me the grave site.
Sad, man. This is what the abos have resorted to. Deny.
Right. And this he's denying some shit that he don't even know, bro.
No, I
Talking
already knew
about.
that. They put the statue out there
He ain't
to
never
signify
seen it.
this
He
is
was
his burial.
never
Show me
seen.
the tombstone.
He ain't never seen this shit a day in his life, bro. He never seen it. He never seen the site that I'm on. That's
I
why I
have.
didn't do none of
Everybody's
this
seen that
shit.
site, sir.
No, you ain't never seen the site, bro. Cause y'all wouldn't be
No, that
arguing if the
site
slave
ain't
trade was
new.
real or fake.
You're not that
Years
intelligent to
long.
find that
Look,
site and nobody else has seen it, sir.
no. You're not that intelligent to even look at it. So don't sit here and question someone's intelligence with a motherfucker that just sit here and said you self-source some shit and you ain't got no information for it. You ask
Yeah,
what this motherfucker is, bro. Here you go.
They just put a statue out there. That is not his actual body inside that place. There is a statue with his name on the wall there. He is not actually buried there, sir.
What? You don't know if he's buried there or not.
You don't either. That's what I'm saying.
Look what it says where he's buried at. Where is he buried at?
Let's entertain them real quick. Hit the link I just showed because they got the actual the tomb. Scroll down some, Sean.
Dumb.
That might.
I got it. No, I'm pulling up your source, bro.
And also, after you guys show the tomb, I want to know what caravel was he actually on when he was shipping.
You have to consent it first. Are you gonna admit that we do know where he's buried at now, or are you just gonna disregard that?
Same fucking tomb I just showed you.
Yeah,
nigga, that nigga is not in there. That is just artwork.
All right, yeah, all right. He's not in there. Prove it. Prove he's not in there.
That is just artwork. You guys are funny.
Prove he ain't in there.
No, come on, prove.
He is in there.
No, prove he ain't in there.
No, you prove he's not in there.
Prove you the one made the claim. You said that he ain't in there. That's a claim. You made it. How the fuck you want me to prove something when you made the claim? You said the nigga didn't even exist.
He don't exist. That is a fake burial.
Sean,
that is just a statue.
architectural
great phenom. That is nobody's body inside that wall, sir.
Prove that he don't exist.
Okay, all right. This is my first way to prove that this guy didn't exist. What is the name of the ship that he sailed to Africa on?
Prove it. Who said
What
he
is the
sailed
name of the ship that he sailed to Africa on?
What is the ship that he said Prince sailed anyway?
Okay, so who did he send to Africa?
Stop. So you don't even know what you're talking about. You're asking random questions. You don't know about none of this shit. So what you need to do is get a pencil and pad, go back to the chat, and just take notes.
No,
you don't know
not
about none of this shit.
What is the name of the ship? Stop like filibustering. What's the name of the ship?
No, you're making first you said didn't exist because there is no burial. Then you asked about him going to sailing on a ship. If anybody who knows about Prince Henry knows never got on the ship. He's the fucking boss. They call him
He ain't get on the
the.
ship,
You just
bro.
saying any what you talking about? Mic check. Am I still there?
Yeah, you here, but you in and out.
Yeah, my thing must.
Yeah, you on robotic time, bro. Yo, Nat, can y'all hear me? Shit, I know y'all. Nat was sounding like a radio. What up, Savio?
Savio.
We can't hear you. You Savio mic open, but we can't hear that nigga at all.
Yeah,
Yo,
just had to now. I'm back.
boy, you sound like you a robot.
Well,
You,
hold on.
yeah, you sound like that nigga.
I'm still sounding the same.
You sound robotic.
I'm gonna leave and come back.
Be
All right.
Sean. Can I be heard?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, because
Cause what?
I don't know. Because you talking about everybody sound like robot.
Nah, just not coincidence. I couldn't hear Savio either.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Savio just left.
Sound better, mic check.
Hear me now?
Hold on, Savio. We mic checking it one at a time.
How the fuck my shit keep going in and out?
Yo.
What the fuck going on?
We can hear you, Nat, but you still a little robotic. You on Wi-Fi, nigga? Can't hear not a coincidence. Yo, Savio, come back. Where you at?
Yo, what up, man? This shit crazy.
Yo, Nat, you ain't on, bro.
What? I can hear Savio, but
Mic check.
Yeah, we hear you.
Y'all hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Matt?
Yeah, we hear you now. We hear both of y'all. Savio, we hear you too.
I thought I heard.
Cool. Man, it's horrible. That's sad. That man was just up there denying the
I'm
existence
gonna
of
bring Absolutely back in a minute. I'm trying to get y'all audio straight first. That boy said, "You think you the only one that looked up the bro? Y'all ain't never dealt with no sites, bro." Then the first thing you want to start talking about is ships. You ain't even understanding. They already got the routes. The fact that they got slave trading routes is crazy work. And you running around here trying to talk about what a dude is and didn't exist.
part killed me too because why do you think everybody have a headstone? You know, some people
Yo, can you
die.
hear me now?
Yeah, you clear. Yo, Savio, where you at? I don't know, Mika. I don't know what's up with niggas like that.
Like, you know?
Yeah, that's a good point, Mika. Why they think everybody will have a headstone.
Right.
Back then, though, royalty you didn't need now because they were gonna commemorate you and create those vaults.
Right, they was gonna put you in the vault. Unless you was beheaded or something.
What, bring it to work?
One of them kings that died in a war, or was one of them kings that was dethroned, and you know they didn't like and became a peasant or something, and you just died broke.
I want to know how he know that he's not in there.
Right, that's magic.
Hold on. He said he researched it. Yo, absolutely.
He didn't research none of
No, I'm
that.
still here.
Yeah. Answer the question, bro.
Yeah. Now you guys have to have proof that he's actually in there. The burden of proof is actually on you
It's
guys.
on the claimant. No, the burden of proof is on the claimant. You said the dude was fake, bro. So then we went to where he was buried, and then now you're saying that we gotta have proof that he's buried in that. No, the burden of proof is on you, bro. We didn't help you out twice.
No, I knew he didn't have no tombstone. There's just a wall, a
No,
fucking
you said
wall
where
with a
his head.
statue in front of it.
You said where his headstone was at. You was wrong
He
about
don't
that.
have one,
You
and
let
I
it.
knew that. It's a
Hold on.
wall relic.
Yo, you have to prove that he ain't in there.
Okay, let's move on because you don't have proof that he is in there.
No. You said the nigga was fake, bro.
He
And
said, "Let's
he
move
ain't
on."
in there. We ain't moving on until you concede that you was proven wrong.
No, I'm not proving wrong. You have no proof that this guy actually existed.
Okay, so prove that we don't have none. We just took you to the grave. We just brought up something else. Now tell us that he don't.
That is not a grave. That is a wall. Have you seen the whole picture, sir?
That is
And
where
just
he
not a
is.
snippet
That
of
is
it.
where his body is. His
It is
family is
not.
also. His family is. Okay, prove that it ain't.
I can prove that it ain't because ain't
Prove
nothing
it.
there but a wall, sir.
Prove
Have
it.
you not seen the actual
Prove
shit
it.
that's there?
Yeah, we just showed it.
Well, I don't have proof of anybody burying them there. And who actually built that cathedral that's attached to it?
The people.
Who built the cathedral? Are you serious?
The people built it.
The church down the street from your house, nigga.
Okay, so if you have no proof of a community being there and actually burying him, then the
You
guy
have
ain't
no
real.
proof of a community building the church down the street from your house, nigga. Stop being stupid on purpose.
I do know my brother-in-law built it. He's a major architect where I'm from. So you stop being stupid.
Your brother built the church down the street from
My
your house.
brother-in-law, he's an architect. What are you talking about?
Oh, for real? So your house, so everybody, so you live in a community with what, 12 people and everybody know each other?
No, okay, let's get to the next
'Cause I live in
question.
a
The
big
next
city.
question I have is the ship. What is the name of the ships that he actually sent on the first voyage down to Africa from Lisbon or from the port that he left to go to Africa? What is the name of one of those ships? Just one. I mean, because you are on the website that should tell you the ship name, right?
One more time. Your focus is on the wrong shit. You said the man didn't exist. You said the whole shit was a story. You said it was all made up. It was propaganda. You never provided evidence to prove that it is propaganda. And then you said that Prince Henry didn't exist. And you said, where's his headstone? Or where
You
is he
didn't show me
buried
that.
at? And then what?
You showed me a wall that they said that he's buried
That's
there,
where his
but they have
body's
no
at.
proof of him
That's
being
where his
there. His
body
body
is
is
at.
not there.
Who said that his body is not there, bro? Who
I'm
said
saying that
that?
it's not there because there's no proof
Who?
that he's
I'm
actually
asking you.
being
No.
buried there.
I'm asking you one more time. Who told you that his body is not there?
Myself told myself that because there's no evidence of anybody
Okay,
putting him
so
there.
yourself told yourself that somebody's not in there based on what evidence? Are you not
My
comprehending
evidence.
what
There's
you're
no
being
proof of
asked?
anybody actually
One
burying
more
him
time.
there. There's just proof
One
of
more
a
time.
wall being there with
Yourself
something
told
built like a
yourself that
tomb.
someone was not in there according to what evidence, bro?
I just told you. Now you want a different answer?
What?
Now I do
No.
want to get to
I
these
asked
ships
you for no.
also.
We ain't going no goddamn where until you can provide evidence that Henry the Navigator is not a real person.
I just provided evidence that Henry the Navigator is not a real person.
No, you
That is
didn't.
not a real burial.
No,
Now
you
give
didn't.
me where he was
No,
birthed
what up,
at.
Knock? What up, Knock?
Yo, Sean, he just told you he made it up. He said he got it from himself. He just told you he made it up. He just told us that. He made it up. He
And
said
we'll
he
double
got it
back
from
to it.
himself. He made it up. Like, wow, like I believe you don't even make it fun, bro. You make shit up. You ask the dumbest questions, shit that you didn't even look up yourself, and you want us just to play along with you. Like, come on, man.
No. I know about the whole little monastery he's supposedly buried at.
Oh,
My question is
hold on.
next.
Ably,
My
look. Ably, real
supposedly
quick.
buried at.
Real quick.
Supposedly. I said supposedly before you use my
Ably,
words
chill out,
against
real
me.
quick. Sean asked you, how do you know? You said you told yourself.
Through
That's how you
research,
got the
right?
answer.
Through research.
What? So
Through
what research? What research? Demonstrate that for us.
Okay, so you know how we have 6 pallbearers that carry somebody that's dead to the actual burial
No, that's
ground that
not
he's
it.
going to be buried
That's
in?
not research. That's not research, bro. You got to
Wait.
do a better job than that. No,
Okay, so
your
who
family,
buried him? Who buried him and who
your
built
family,
that tomb
his
for
family
him?
buried him. The
No,
people
no, no.
buried him.
Tell me. No, you're
The
just
people buried
guessing.
him.
You're
The people
guessing.
buried him. I'm not guessing. The people buried
Look,
him.
Give me a name.
Sean. Now look. So who buried Benjamin Brown or whatever your ancestor was? Who buried him?
Ooh.
Well, he's on our family's land, so my
Who?
family
No,
actually buried him.
no,
He's
no,
still on
no.
my
We
family's
want
land. He's on my
athlete.
family
Give us the
cemetery.
names.
You ain't got
Give
no
us the
family
He's
land.
on
names.
my family cemetery. So
No,
my
we want the
family
names.
members
You ain't got no
did
family
that.
land or
You don't
cemetery.
know who buried him, so that means he
I
don't
do
exist
know
either.
who buried him. He's
No,
still
you
on
No, you
our
don't.
don't.
family cemetery
No,
in
you
Give
don't.
us
Sunflower
the
County.
names. Give us the names.
My
Give us the
family
names.
cemetery. So
That's not
my
enough.
family actually buried him.
That's not names. Well, his family buried him too. Now,
No, no. Okay, well, give me his
Hold
family
on.
because I'm
Hold
telling you,
on.
I'm the witness.
Hold on,
nah,
absolutely. Hold on, yo. You just
you
trying
wasn't alive in the 1800s, nigga. You're not the witness to shit. You're
to.
lying. You're
Absolutely.
lying.
I put that nigga in the back, bro, because he tripping.
What made me bugging?
So look, the school of Sagres is called the Court of Sagres. Supposed to have been a group of figures associated with 15th century Portuguese navigation. It was gathered by Prince Henry of Portugal in Sagres near Cape St. Vincent, the southwestern end of the Iberian Peninsula in the Algarve. Since the nearby port of Lagos was the actual point of departure for numerous expeditions of exploration and colonization along the African coast and Atlantic island, the existence of a school at the Sagres has been questioned by some historians. After the death of Prince Henry, look at this. After the death of Prince Henry in 1460, the center of the Portuguese Discovery Center shifted to Lisbon. That is why Lisbon is significant in this entire conversation because they were negating the school of Sagres. The first written mention of a school of Sagres in English dates from the 17th century by Samuel Purchas. Although Dominio de Goes had already pointed to a similar idea in the 16th century, the Portuguese and English historians settled on the term and it gained popularity. So there was a debate about all of this stuff. So they know that Prince Henry existed. Why? So in 1894, C.R. Beasley published a biography on Prince Henry, stating that he had installed his court in Sagres in 1418. Shortly after the capture of Ceuta by the Portuguese, there he would have gathered the best of science and navigation, built a shipyard and a palace with the first observatory in Portugal. Even writing the Sagres represented a modern refounding of the systemic study of applied sciences in Christendom. The diverse religious background of the members of the alleged schools, Jews, Muslims, Christians, and even a remote connection of the Templars, giving the fact that Prince Henry was the commander of the Order of Christ, has served to reinforce a romantic view of the matter. I ain't even gotta go too far in this. You said this motherfucker don't exist, bro, but they painting this nigga. Now you gonna say this ain't a real painting. You keep saying that this man didn't exist, bro. And then when we ask you for the evidence, there's got to be research. You said your own research. What is that? What does that consist of? Your own research.
So if he knows anything about history, he will understand who the Order of Christ is and what the Order of Christ represents and why they're important. If he don't understand history, then talking to him is pointless because the symbols, the red and white cross and all that for the Hospitallers and all those factions, those was all Templars or conquistadors, and they all served under certain kings and empires to do shit. But again, history would teach him this if he only would read.
I'm still caught up on the fact that Prince Henry's fake. After we know where he's buried at. We ain't even mentioned, and Tio in the chat mentioned it, but Tio didn't give him credit that he talked about the original site where Prince Henry was buried because he died in 1460. He was originally buried in the monastery of the Santa Maria Bellum in Lisbon. His remains were later transferred to the Batala Monastery after it was completed, and transfer occurred in 1472. So the mere fact that they were carrying this nigga from one place to another is crazy. But then I believe this dude in the chat, he kind of trying to rock with you, but you all over the place. Absolutely. You said none of this shit exists, bro.
No, I looked it up, so it's my way of saying you should do more work. Now, tell me the people that actually.
You can't say that. You can't say anything. You're telling me to do more work, nigga. What a source.
Look at here, my guy. Now, who transferred his bones from Lisbon?
Where is the source? Don't worry about who transported him from one place to another. Where is the source?
So again, the source right now could be your own interpretation of what is going on here.
Where's the source that you got that said that this nigga didn't exist?
I'm telling you right now. First, let's start from the beginning of the story, though. We have to start from the beginning of the story.
It ain't no story. It ain't no story. We ain't starting at nothing. Where's the source that he didn't exist? Let's start there.
All right. So where's this guy from again?
Let's start there. Don't worry about where he's from. Where's the evidence of this nigga not existing?
He just gonna question you to death.
I'm not even questioning him, but if he's talking about somebody, he should know these facts. He should be able to spew them out.
Where the fuck is Prince Henry being a non-person at?
Okay, so when was Prince Henry first written about? You just read the source. He was only written about in what year?
Prince Henry didn't exist.
Well, you just gave some good clues there to yourself. When was the first historian writing about this Prince Henry? Was it not in recent times?
What source did you read that said that Prince Henry did not exist, that he is not a real person?
What source have you read that makes you think he's real?
What source? I'm going to keep asking your motherfucking ass. What source did you read that said that Prince Henry is not a real person?
Well, I'm going to take you to Richard Henry Major, who first wrote about Henry the Navigator in 1877, which is part of Romantic writing. It's literature.
Hold on. Let's work with that, though, Sean. So you're saying that's the first person to write about Prince Henry?
Yeah.
And a formal matter. Now, if you got somebody who's writing about him and put books out of him before then, please let me know.
Go ahead. Not a coincidence. Go ahead.
So you're saying that he's the first person to write about him?
You got other authors that actually wrote about him?
Yeah, we have his what was the historians called at that time? Chroniclers. We have the chroniclers of the time who wrote about him.
Okay, so give me okay, don't just say you got him. If you're gonna bring it up, give me the name. Give me the name of
nothing. No, we're dealing with your claim. Don't ask us to bring up shit. We're asking you for evidence of your claim, and you have yet to provide it. So what he just said, we do have chroniclers writing about Prince Henry. We do.
And where's this guy located that wrote about Prince Henry?
Don't worry about where he located. Where's your evidence that Prince Henry don't exist?
I'm giving you my evidence. He wasn't written about until 1877.
You just started to talk about a motherfucker that's writing about Prince Henry. If the nigga didn't exist, why the fuck is he writing about him?
Because it's called philosophy. It's called creating a story. It's called propaganda.
Absolutely.
It's called
go get your teacher, bro. I kick that nigga off. He do this shit all the time, bro. How you can't come on a panel, make a claim, and then run away from the claim you made, and then try to just talk around that shit. Well, what's this? Well, what's that? Well, what's this? Well, what's nah? Fuck. What's this? What's that, nigga? Where's your evidence?
It's crazy, bro.
Shaw told me kick that nigga off.
Because 'Cause I was going to talk about Gomez Inez de Azora, who wrote about
Yeah, Zora
the
writes about him.
Chronicle. Yeah, the
She's the
Chronicle of
first one.
Discovery
He
of
a
the
main
Conquest of
chronicle.
Guinea. And listen, in the beginning of that book, he lists I forget how many reasons why he wanted to, Prince Henry wanted them to go to Africa, but he gives let's say 8 reasons why. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Like they
you
wanted to
got Hugh
go and
Thomas book.
Christianize them.
You got Hugh
They
Thomas
wanted to go
book.
spread the gospel, huh?
You got Hugh Thomas book. Slave trade.
Yeah, yeah, I got it somewhere. Yeah,
Yeah, the shit, the chronic Azora's accounts is in the book.
yep, it's in
Beginning of that shit.
the document. Yep, it's in because it starts off with that. Hold on, Sean, I gotta do something real quick.
Yeah, you good. Yeah, Shaw. That was a good example. They made it up. Or it's this or it's that. Like, bro, like, come on, bro. Like you can't keep doing that, bro. You're gonna make a claim, absolute, at least have an argument for it. Just bring forth a source that says that this nigga was fake, bro. Who told you that? You couldn't have came to that conclusion. You trying to cast doubt on historical evidence, bro. That's the weirdest shit. It's 5 o'clock. That's weird, bro. It's weird, bro. You can't sit here and keep on trying to do this, that, and the third, and you don't even understand anything. You just running amok. You just running amok. So my point in even bringing this stuff up is because we have a better understanding. Because these Europeans over there in the UKs, they don't care. They're gonna say whatever they want to say. You know what I'm saying? So slaving voyages from Bristol were organized by businessmen who invested in the transatlantic slave trade. In order to make a profit, they would send ships to Africa to trade for enslaved Africans and take those Africans to be sold in the Caribbean and North America. You know what I'm saying? This is crazy. Picture here is a Bristol slave ship, Jason. He asked about a slave ship. What slave ship? So this picture right here is of the slave ship Jason in the background. Right there. It's a privateer ship. Recorded slave voyages in 1748 carried 70 crew to look at 600 slaves. These are just some of the examples. And no, this ain't the only slave ships. And yes, the motherfucking caravels and all of that go back beyond that. I don't want to hear any of that doubt shit. Period, point blank. I had to take a sip of my water. Bro be tripping, man. I don't know what's up with him. But I'm not about to make a claim and then I can't justify it. This ain't even a half, yo. They got primary documents about the slave trade up there in Lisbon that they even be offering up just so people can, damn, I hit the wrong shit. Just because they on that type of time. And for you to sit here and say what you were saying, absolutely is crazy. Crazily ridiculous. So before this Negro hopped on the panel and I let him steer me from what I was talking about, we're getting ready to talk about. I'll bring him back, but he's just tripping right now. He got to get a source. He want to have a conversation, he got to go get a source. I ain't continuing no conversation with this Negro without a source. So the presence of people in Portugal at the time of the trade of enslaved people. I'm going to provide y'all with this source. Hold on. Give y'all this right here. All right. The presence of Africans was a common trait for the Portuguese society that was travelers highlighted in their accounts of the country. That number increased over time, although it is possible yet to have a clear idea about the percentages or vice versa of the Portuguese population. They were in charge of the daily life tasks as well as the economic activities, helping to increase the income of their owners. The arrival of African slaves in Portugal. Even before Portugal's pioneering role in the Atlantic trade of enslaved people, the presence of slaves were embedded in the fabric of the country. Portugal used to resort to slaves, namely Muslims, from the Mediterranean area, but the maritime expansion brought a substantial number of captives to the country. Slaves landed in Portugal not only by the means of the Atlantic trade or enslaved people, but also through private individuals having lived abroad when returning to the country, transported them with the captives they possessed. The slaves subjected to commerce in Portugal in context of the Atlantic trade of enslaved people first arrived in the considerable numbers of the Algarvian ports. Look that up. Algarvian ports, namely at Lagos in 44. But from the 1480s onward until the 16th century, Lisbon became the main port of entrance of slaves in Portugal. Lisbon became the main port of entrance of slaves in Portugal. Lisbon was a consumer of slaves, but also a place of reception and redistribution of captives to other Portuguese cities and abroad, more precisely Castile and Aragon. The trade of enslaved people was very profitable. The terms of tax the Portuguese crowns, which encouraged the practice. The trade was under supervision of the Overseer's Administration of 1486, King João II, established in Lisbon and Casa dos Escravos, located in the heart of the city, and the Casa dos Escravos was responsible for receiving all slave shipments and expediting their assessment, taxation, and sale. This is how you can get records because of this. Afterward, the crown transferred the Casa dos Escravos task to the Casa da Guinea de Mina, House of Guinea and Mina. Most of the slaves imported to Portugal had their origins in sub-Saharan Africa, coming from the Argurium, Cape Verde, Guinea, Sao Tome, Principe, Benin, Gorge, Damina, Angola, Mozambique. The slave trade into Portugal involved likewise people from Asia, namely Gujarat, Cameroon, Malabar, Ceylon, Bengal, Pegu, Siam, Java, China, and Japan. People from Brazil were also traded in Portugal, but in a limited number. Different actors took part in trade of enslaved people to Portugal, including monarchs, public employees, ship ownership crews, merchants, nobles, and members of the clergy. As for the number of slaves shipped to Portugal, the information is not yet fully synthesized, but in 1519, in the line of information gathered from the records of Corpo Chronologico and Nucleo Antigo, and the Casa de Mina in India received 1496 captives from Arguin. From Cape Verde, 16th century, based on the Livro de Recita de Renda das Lajas de Cabo Verde de 1513. A 1560, Portugal received on average 1,000 slaves per year. Between 1525 and 1527, the Corpo Chronologico establishes that Sao Tome and Principe sent 555 slaves to Portugal. According to estimates, Portugal received 2,000 to 3,000 annually from different places during the 16th century. Regarding the volume of the slaves in Lisbon and other European cities, again, it is possible to gather the scattered data. This is some information on how Lisbon supplied slaves by sea and land to the other locations on the Iberian Peninsula, not only Portuguese, but also foreigners living in Portugal and abroad and intervene in this trade. I mean, come on, man. How far I gotta go for the stupidity to stop? The man said that Prince Henry the Navigator didn't exist. Where you at, Sabio?
I'm here, man. It's just crazy that people would make these claims to to be something different, you know, to try to be indigenous to a land. They will try to deny people's existence. That shit is crazy.
Remember, he said that that was his land, and he was lying about that because the land that he's referring to, he lying. He ain't had no land. These people ain't had no land. These people was everyday people like us, bro. He trying to make them sophisticated Negroes. They know damn sophisticated Negroes. Come on, man. Tripping, bro. On full tripping. His lead is quickly followed by other slave traders. Exactly. That's what I'm saying, bro. That's what I'm saying. He don't know. He set the table, bro. He wanted to. That's why they called him Prince Harry the Navigator. And everybody know the motherfucker ain't navigate nowhere. He organized, oversaw. People be tripping, man. Like we ain't got information on the subject matter, man. Why? So you still there? You let this man get on the panel and say Prince Henry the Navigator was fake, bro. It's crazy. I blame you. Absolutely came on the panel with it, and he started saying that Prince Henry the Navigator was fake. He said Prince Henry the Navigator was fake. He said, what did he say about the story? He said it was a what he call that shit? When we started reading about him, he said it was what did he say that the whole prince? He said it was made up. It was a story.
Yeah, anyone who knows absolutely knows anything in history, he says it's made up. They like him and Yogi, they get from the Russian guy. You know that Yogi always talking about.
Yeah, I would understand what you were saying if you wasn't breaking up so bad.
Yeah, oh my shit.
Bro, yeah, bro. You on the wrong network, bro. Turn your Wi-Fi off.
Yeah, I turn it off.
Your phone sound like you tapped, bro.
I'm over here trying to multitask.
What you watching, Mika?
I saw he started his stuff.
Oh, yeah, yeah. He doing his presentation on what is culture.
Right.
Yeah, he documented it.
Yeah.
You know you want to go on over there with your boo. All over there.
Sean, you was the funniest dude I
Yeah,
ever met.
me at him yesterday though when he said his old lady bought him a Black Panther cup. You was pissed. Saw you in the chat. You was upset.
You are too funny. You too funny. That's what you got out of it, dude. I'm surprised you're not watching this.
Brother Bakari. Yeah, but I was pulling up the map to show him where it's at in the UK, bro. I don't understand how he all of that area right there, all that UK area. That's why you got all them people right there, because on the other side of you got Bristol right on one side, whatever. But he said it's a storyline. The whole slave trade is a storyline. It's crazy. Why would historians study? Why would historians study an unrealistic story, and all this evidence would exist behind it?
He said it was a romanticized history and it was philosophical. Nigga said that Prince Henry was philosophical and romanticized history.
Now I'll give him romanticize. I'll give him, because like Rome, like all Europeans romanticize Rome. That's why I call it romanticize Rome. They in love with Rome, right? That's like they whole spiel, they whole get up. But it is what it is, man. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. We'll never get no information from Buddy.
Sean, in 2026, do you think the Abos or whatever would learn anything?
Nah, they gonna die slow in 2026.
It's still a fight, an ongoing fight, right?
Just like the Hebrew shit. I mean, black people will believe anything.
Mm.
Rail from the Foe said, this might be interesting. Rail from the Foe tagged me about an hour ago. Said, Research Rebels presents critical conversation guest Dr. Jada Bean Torres. That was today. Rail from the Foe, I'm late, bro.
Today, we are very honored to myself world very differently, and I knew from an academic perspective, from a human perspective.
Her Uncovering Caribbean Genetic History with Dr. Jada Ben Torres. She is talking about genetic ancestry. So, Real from the Foe tagged me.
She's showing her DNA test or something?
Nah, she a doctor. She deal with this shit. She proved the Abos wrong.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Willie, okay, let me scroll back down because I know this nigga ain't made up. Iconclistic history made up. Catholic people are well-known lies too. I don't care nothing about Catholic people being well-known liars. For you to say that Prince Henry didn't exist is crazy work. I don't care who you are. There's too many people writing about this motherfucker. Too many people putting him in places that are real. I don't care nothing about the other stuff. To say he was fake is crazy work. And that it was just, and then the transatlantic slave trade is just a storyline that they made up. Who the fuck is that creative, and why would they be that creative? What purpose does it serve for them to create? And then what are we getting out of that? Ain't none of y'all ever answering those questions. Just to sit there and make up shit. Who is it benefiting for them to sit there and make up a story? Oh, we got you niggas from Africa. You wasn't here in America. That's what we gonna tell y'all. For what? Are y'all even aware of the fact that if we were already here at what capacity? 5 million, 10 million, 20 million? How the hell did a few thousand white people overtake everybody else? It's crazy. There were like 2
That's
million.
not the question to ask, Sean, because then they'll just point at the actual natives and their demise. The question to ask is how did they discern between the Mongoloids being here already and us being here as Abos, quote unquote? What discernment skills did they have to say this Negro goes on the plantation and this one don't? If everybody here was the same hue. Because what is by the 1520s, they already writing laws to leave the natives alone and just keep importing Africans.
Yeah, it's crazy.
So that's the better question to ask them. Although
Right.
we both know they're not gonna have anything of scholastic or logical sense to
Why
reply
would it
with.
be the illegal slave trade era? Why would it be an illegal slave trade era? This shit just a story. I guess Clotilde is fake too. They made all that shit up. Why we over here? Why we over here naming shit after African countries and shit, bro?
It's crazy why they think you're making stuff up and they the right. That's crazy.
In Indian territory, Sean, we naming shit Africa. Maybe that went over people's heads earlier, but you
Hold on,
literally in.
time out. So hold on, time out. So let's do this. You said it benefits their false narrative bullshit. Then you turn around and say land claims can be denied like Walter Plecker did. What are you talking about, bro? Y'all don't even really understand Walter Plecker. For you to sit there and say that shit, Walter Plecker was a separatist. His whole point was about miscegenation. It had nothing to do with none of the other crazy stuff. He was trying to keep the white shit for the white shit, and the black shit for the black shit, and the black and the Native American and Indian shit for the black Native American shit. They didn't want white in none of that. Then the simple fact, Negro de Terra doesn't support your claim. Facts. I don't even know why you brought up Negro de Terra and Negro de Guinea. Because if you simply, do I need to do this shit again? What you mean we as a people trying to figure it out? No, we figured it out. They were bold enough to tell your ass the truth and then got you convincing yourself that they lied. They told you what they did to you. Bro, we got on a primary account where they went into West Africa, kidnapped Adahu the Moor, and the Adahu the Moor, for his freedom, said that he could take them to a place where they can go get 10 other people for just him. That shit happened. And here we are, we're gonna say, nah, that's a part of their story. No, you lied a lie too. And no. You lied a lot too. So let's just keep that a buck. And might I add, Teo, you might want to go back and read Old Boy's book on page 11 and 12. Because y'all keep bringing up Negroes de Terra and Negroes de Guinea, not even understanding that he argues it from an etymological standpoint where they can make everything Negro that was not white. And he says that in the book on page 11 and 12, and you Negroes, for some kind of weird reason, can't seem to fathom the fact that he ain't saying Negroes today. He ain't call it the people that they call Negroes de Terra would not be Negroes today. Period, point blank.
Hey, Sean, when it comes to that, they leave out the fact that
the same book you just got the shit out of.
They leave out the fact that that originated over in the Indies, the Indian Ocean. And by the time that they get to the Americas, they already implementing new vocabulary into it.
Go ahead, Voss, my bad.
That Negro de Terra, that doesn't even begin in the Americas. That begins in the Indian Ocean, out there in Autumn Islands. By the time they really start getting into the Americas, they already implementing new terminology into that. So even that, they're just surface level with that term. They haven't explored it enough. That's that I don't want to say just etymological fallacy, but that's that surface level confirmation bias that's keeping them trapped in that domain of thought.
Right. And shout out to the Think Twice podcast, because this is exactly true, and what Vyasa just said also adds to the clarity. Were not Negroes or even black. They were the Tupi people. That's what I mean by like research groups. Like everybody around here adds to the conversation, bro. You'll never get on a live stream where we all just oohing and ahhing off of one motherfucker. Like everybody's researching this shit in different ways and in different extremities, providing the other stuff that we're talking about. So as soon as you brought up Negroes de Terra and Negroes de Guinea, we knew you going to Jack D. Forbes' work. Here's what Jack D. Forbes says on page 11 and 12. Well, I gave you the page numbers in his actual book. Read them slowly, comprehend it, and digest it, and you won't have that analogy. Because you wasn't here. T.O., you wouldn't be here. Your black ass is of African descent. You ain't Mayan or none of that shit. Your ass is in North America trying to be a Central American. Ain't happening. They still don't know who we are. Kevin Cook, who don't know who is? Who don't know who is? There ain't no mystery. Yes, I would. I researched other sources beyond his. No, you didn't. There's no source that says that there was Negroes in America.
Hit the link.
Every source that you could even accumulate is going to bring up phrenology, which is a pseudoscience, and they're going to use skulls to try to argue and say that the skulls were like Negroid. And as soon as we get into the skulls and we understand the pseudoscience behind that, we know you dead in the water. So there's no sense in that. Kevin, I don't even think you know yourself, to be honest. Yo, y'all done made Knack get mad at his cell phone and all that. Knack done broke his phone, yo.
Right. Having Native American ancestors do not make you indigenous. Cause my Native American ancestors do not make me indigenous. Y'all need to cut it out. If that's the case, if you're gonna be claiming you're European, you ain't gonna call yourself European because you got some percentage of European. We need to cut that out.
Crazy work. Crazy work.
Y'all need to go through some school. I heard them talking last night that y'all should have study groups and, learn something. And what happened to that? Everybody's studying the wrong damn stuff.
Yeah.
It's crazy, man. Y'all got the patience.
What you mean? I mean, I wasn't trying to be rude earlier. I was trying to let Buddy go, but Buddy was still tripping. Gomez Azura does not help you, my nigga. Azura's accounts is going to make your ass African. Straight up and down. Diego Cayo doesn't help you, my nigga. He gonna put your ass in Africa. Everybody you name know the difference between the people that was here and the fucking Africans. They're chroniclers. They're providing us with those accounts. And I don't know why you use Azura or mention Azura's name.
Y'all need to go pick up a book and read. This shit is crazy.
You said this is an illusion. I never said that. No. You thinking that your ass been in Americas before the Europeans got here? That's an illusion. So no, you don't know who you are. Vasco da Gama.
Delusion.
Hey, no. I'm letting him name them, bro. Because everybody he naming wasn't here. Let him keep naming shit. You ain't Creek. This nigga said he out of Tuskegee. Calvin Cook, you ain't Creek. And you ain't out of you out of Tuskegee as a fucking slave, nigga. Fuck is you talking about? You go to one of the most enslaved areas in the fucking state of Alabama and say Tuskegee. You a Creek Indian. Ain't no motherfucking Creeks associated with Tuskegee, nigga. They don't know nothing about no Tuskegee. I done been to that part of Alabama. I done been to Tuskegee, Montgomery, Tallahassee. I was all right off that interstate. All in those areas. All them Negroes is black and they Africans. Ain't none of them talking about they ever been no motherfucking Indians. Ever. So yeah, you making that shit up. All the way making that shit up. Yeah, elbows are definitely caught. That's why y'all don't hit the link. You stay in your safe space.
Hit the link.
Nah, I ain't gonna hit that link. Cause I ain't talking to another motherfucker without no source. And you
How
come
you
up,
a teacher and don't got no patience? Jeez.
now what are you talking about? I will talk to you if you got your source.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, like just doing what absolutely just coming on the show and then he ain't got no source and he free to claim that Henry the Navigator was a you know what I mean didn't exist. That's crazy. That's crazy. Tell the truth. Shame the devil. Yeah,
You sounding religious.
you know it. Shit, they are religious, so I might as well sound like they are.
Hit the link. Stop typing.
Nah, that's all they gonna do. They gonna type. Them fingers are hard. Yeah, them little fingers gonna finger. They're good for chatting.
Yeah, them fingers must be strong. Hitting them keyboard, man.
Yes, sir. I'm waiting on them, but they ain't saying nothing. You know what I mean? I'm giving them the opportunity to correct me. Y'all don't want to correct me, man. Y'all just want to sit in the chat and cry. Ask the Commodores if they are African. You hear this nigga? The Commodores, the group, the soul singing group. Bro, I ain't even looking at the chat no more.
You know what's crazy? Back then, it wasn't no abos. They wasn't calling themselves
You
abos.
definitely broken. This nigga said a bunch of broken people arguing about ethnicity. You definitely broken, bro. You definitely broken. Go get you a source, man. Nigga just named a soul music group and try to talk about fuck out of here, nigga.
Yeah, I bet you they said their ancestors from Africa.
A Commodore, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's every black person in America, man. Ain't nobody listening to that. Shit crazy. It was a flag though. Niggas beat. Yeah, you funny too, nigga. Running around here thinking your motherfucking ass Mayan. You funnier. Cause Mayans don't say that. I actually got some information that I would love to share with y'all, but nah, the way things been set up online, nah. I just wanna catch one of y'all slipping. We can get directly into it. All the way.
What's amazing to me, Sean, is these dudes try to write people out of history because they haven't studied them or they don't like the way history went. So because they want to claim to be other people, they write people out of history. This shit is stupid. What did history ever do to you guys that make you want to claim to be a whole different people? What did life ever do to you guys? You had a person on this panel just writing a whole person out of history. Who else y'all gonna write out of history? Y'all done already tried to make people Native Americans who was African Americans. What, y'all gonna write them out of history next? Say they didn't exist?
Crazy. They helping the Europeans because the Europeans trying to change history, take us out. Like stuff never happened. That crazy, bro.
I've been telling you they pushing white supremacist talking points. They don't get it though. And it's all because they believe, Mika. They believe.
Yeah, believe. We're stuck in this belief.
I remember Sean called me pseudo for that word believe.
Yeah,
You remember
that's
that,
funny.
Sean?
What's
Yo,
that?
in the beginning, Sabio used to come on hard and strong.
I don't know what y'all talking about, bro.
That's how when Sabio first, started out,
Don't
and
lie
then
to
When I,
me.
with the belief thing, he said
with
you
the
called
word
him
believe,
pseudo.
He had to believe.
you said I was because of that. Because when I broke the word down, he was like, nigga,
Be
that's
wait,
pseudo.
yo, Sabio used to say be live. What you said? Be live? Be
Be like,
live?
be like E.
Yo, Sabio is funny. I remember when Sabio first came on. Like I remember when JJ first came on. Like some of these people, I remember the first time. You know, I remember how Sean was always been the asshole. I remember that. Yo, that dude used to get on my nerve.
But I was just using it as it was originally used.
Ain't nobody listening to your pseudo ass.
Look, look. This is how Sean always been. Anybody say anything different? I'll be like you lying.
Mr. Methodology. That's his
Bro,
name.
it ain't,
Methodology.
even- it ain't even that deep. Like if people follow that, the way that they just start trying to come to these conclusions, they wouldn't come to half the shit they come to.
Mm-hmm.
They'll correct themselves immediately. They won't even challenge their own beliefs, bro. If you think you've been here, bro, challenge it.
Right.
Go find the evidence that challenges your belief and see if it provides information on you being here. Until you begin to do unbiased research, you're gonna stay stuck being biased.
Yep. And that's what I learned. Yep. And I wasn't even doing bias research most of the time. I was just trying to answer questions that I had asked myself. Like, okay,
Exactly. I understand that because when I first came in, I did that. I asked questions and try to find out because from what I heard, from what I know, and da da da. So I understand that.
yeah, I wanted to take my biases out of it and see what the information was actually saying because what I had previously thought about some things was wrong. And I had to correct a lot of information. I had to learn a lot of different things. But I didn't ever think I was Native American. Shit. So y'all didn't ever have to correct me on that.
And I never thought I was a ancient Israelite person,
Right.
descendant.
Or Israelite either. Shit.
Oh Lord, yo, this community is crazy. I'm telling you.
Straight bonkers, Mika.
I just want y'all to know Sean is a million times worse on his peers and homeboys.
Oh
This
yeah.
ain't
I feel
this
sorry
ain't
for you.
this ain't no bias towards things he don't agree with, whether it's ABO, FBA, or whatever the hell it may be at the time. He
Yeah,
just
I done had
he's very demanding of truth and perfection when it comes to disseminating information to the people. All biases go out the door when it comes to making sure that we acquire accurate information, which is something
yeah,
to salute.
because I'm kind of like that too. I try to make sure I get the best information I have that's available. And if I have to update, then I'm willing to update. And but you just not gonna tell me things that aren't historically accurate, scientifically accurate, and then I'm just supposed to accept it because you don't like the way life is going or the way things played out in history or some nah. You know, it's not gonna happen like that. You have to show me some evidence that supports your claims and things like that. And again, we haven't seen anything that supports any of these people claiming to be native to the Americas with African ancestors that look like us.
That's why they run. See, the apples be running from Sean. Because they know. Sean need a entry, a rap entry or something. Some entry when you come out like, here comes Sean.
Nah, bro. I don't need none of
Here
that.
comes Sean. Everybody got their own entry. We need one for Sean.
Oh, hold on 1 second. You keep talking in the chat, bro, but I'm asking you for evidence. I've
Right.
been asking for evidence the whole entire time. And then you say, I've seen plenty of evidence. Show me the evidence. Some of us just don't accept the obvious. Show us the evidence. What evidence is it that you speak of? No one predates the Paleo Indians. The Paleo Indians are in the Americas before any other people in the history of this world. No one walks the planet into the Americas or popped up out the grounds before the Paleo Indians. The Paleo Indians, DNA is marked and left all over this continent. That is why we have archaeological evidence, paleontological evidence, anthropological evidence, culturally, and more. Every piece of evidence, the geologist, the geographist, artistic express, the whole, not every subfield of science we have and history we have as it pertains to who populated the Americas comes out of the grounds of you Negroes never being here. Ever. Ever. Y'all see skin and think you're in. Skin don't make you in. Skin don't make you in at all. Period, point blank. Skin don't make you in. So you got to show us that. Nothing exists. The Paleo Indians populated the United States of America, South America, Central America, and Canada before anyone ever stepped foot in America. So when you say you've been here, then you're saying that you're Paleo Indian. And if you're Paleo Indian, that means you carry haplogroup A, X, B, C, and D. You don't carry any of those on either side. And the reason we know that you don't carry any of those on either side, because you would have proved it. You said there's so much evidence, yet you ain't sharing it. And I'm not making it, Tio, I'm not making it directly at you when it comes to that. I'm talking to anybody. Y'all saying so much evidence, let's review the evidence. What's your oldest piece of evidence that you got for black people being in the Americas before the Spanish arrived? Give me one piece of your oldest evidence, because you're not gonna hit the link. Genetics is not subjective at all. And for you to even insinuate that genetics is subjective, then you're absolutely ignorant to what genetics is. Genetics requires evidence. What's your evidence? What's your evidence? Correct. Because if we can't verify the information, don't mention it. You have to be able to support the position in which you stand based on evidence. You're drawing conclusions from improper research methodologies because you never had a methodology. All you niggas came into the community and start turncoating and believing this shit before the pandemic or during the pandemic. So if that is the case, then you don't know. You don't know, bro. Y'all start reading 18th, 19th century pseudoscience books, arguing this shit, talking about this is the evidence. Your haplogroup is not the same. What's your haplogroup? What's your haplogroup?
Not only do he have to tell you, he got to show you too, because people say anything.
Right, he in the chat talking about R1B. Nigga, you ain't R.
Show that. Show it. Because I don't believe him either.
Come on, man. Bro, I'm about to you hide, bro. You know what? I'm gonna make it easy for myself. I'll make it easy for myself. You didn't show me shit, nigga. Hit the link. This nigga said European methodology. That's how stupid you are, nigga. Ain't no motherfucking European methodology. The first people ever using a methodology were not fucking Europeans. Yo, the dude in the chat, Northside Dundada, his other name on his page was Tep Hesep, Chavis Tep Hesep. You know why his name was Chavis Tep Hesep? Because the shit meant correct method. You niggas don't have no methodology. I want you to hit the link, bro. I blocked your ass from chatting because I want you to hit the link, bro. Come share that shit. You ain't gonna do it, man. Ain't no sense in talking to me. I blocked that nigga out the chat. Because I ain't finna keep on just reading your shit and you just try to get away with it with your fingers. Nah, come prove that shit, nigga. You been here, prove it. It shouldn't take you no time. It shouldn't be that hard. Bet you won't hit the link. You just in the chat saying, and you was refuting the other dude absolutely. You was killing absolutely. But your comeback to that was, would the white people be lying? Man, I ain't talking to you about no motherfucking white people lying, bro. I don't care nothing about no white people.
When is Sean next debate? We got to get him some debate.
Nobody debate me because they ain't even putting themselves in the. They don't know how to handle the research questions. Who are you trying to get me to debate?
The top able.
It don't exist.
What is his name?
The top animal
cat.
don't exist.
Yeah.
Don't exist. He has no methodology. He too busy trying to create a cult.
Damn.
Don't do clicks. Definitely, I'm not. I'm not dealing with. I'm not dealing with that. They tripping.
Don't do what?
Clicks. Clicks. You
Click.
know how people be clicking up. Yeah.
Click. Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Clicking up. Gang. 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 That's what people doing these days, anyway. They trying to make a I don't know what the hell. Gang. Culture group. I don't know. And it's run by men. You believe this? These are men doing this. These are grown ass men doing this. Don't get me started.
Yeah. A block buddy though. Man, he ain't trying to build, bro. You want to debate something, but you don't want to like deal with the situation. I literally put the link in the chat, bro, to prevent all the stupidity. Talking about you. You didn't show me anything, bro. You just sit there and you uh just typed in the chat. That's all you did. Type in the chat. All right, y'all. I'm gonna get on up out of here, man. Ain't nobody got no real smoke. They ain't trying to build. They ain't no evidence. I've been on here long enough, and they've been running.
See,
Peace,
yeah,
y'all.
chickens, cowards.
Stay black, stay
That's
strong.
it. It's different if you can have somebody come up here and they put a source on the screen, or they provided some evidence and we could actually go through the evidence and have a conversation. They ain't
Right.
even trying to do all of that. It's all conspiracies, like Ross said. It's never about nothing. Like, yo, you sitting here, you saying you claim you Mayan. Okay. You don't even know the Mayan. How you got a picture of you? Never mind. Let me be quiet.
Listen, y'all scared of Sean like that? Come on. That's crazy.
You know them niggas are scared.
They scared. I'm calling all y'all out. Y'all scared. Y'all a bunch of chicken. And run, chickens. Run. Scared of little old Sean.
I dropped the link, but you know what I'm saying? It is what it is. Copper Draco scared. He definitely scared because he ain't got no information. So he ain't gonna do nothing but just all y'all got is questions. Y'all
Copper,
got more questions than answers. Y'all ain't got no answers.
you are a chicken and you're scared. Copper doodoo. You're a copper doodoo.
Yeah, fake ass niggas.
Scaredy cat.
Nah, ain't no real smoke. We in 2026. These niggas still tucking their tail. We 4 days into the new year and they doing the same old shit from last year. Scary ass niggas.
Calling all y'all out. Y'all don't want this smoke. Stay running. You don't want none of this over here. Stay running. If you ain't scared, hit the link.
Nah, they
Or
done.
some source. There is no smart abos out there. You telling me
Yeah,
there's no
they don't
smart
exist.
abos?
They don't exist. And on that note, I'm up out
Wow.
of here. I ain't wasting no more time. They had plenty of hours. I'll catch y'all later. I'm finna get the fuck out of here, yo.
All right. Peace.
All right. Appreciate all y'all tapping in. Appreciate the bill. Y'all have a good rest of the day. Make sure y'all catch the replays, everything we had going on. Sorry that nobody wanted to step up to the plate and deal with this real information.
From Africa, but they will be able to tell you about Africa. They wouldn't be vaguely saying they from Africa, brother. Like when a European says I'm from Europe, he doesn't say I'm from Europe. He says I'm from Germany. I'm from a particular province. I still got people out there right? You know, when people say hold on. When people say they from Asia, they tell you whereabout from Asia they from. They tell you their province. They tell you they still got people out there. These people will confirm that they are indeed a part of their heritage. But you niggas was calling y'all African? Oh, mysteriously, you have no contact with the people you say you descend from. So I don't believe you.
Hating Africa and hating the African, we ended up even hating ourselves without even realizing it. Because you can't hate the roots of a tree and not hate the tree. The roots of a tree and not hate the tree.
You ain't no Indian, please try again. Everybody know you's an African. And Malcolm X said, you can't hate the root without hating the tree. Now take a look at you, you's a wannabe Cherokee. And I told you before, you need some therapy. And why you never show the genealogy? You owe your ancestors an apology. And you know they turning over inside of their graves just because you don't wanna come from a slave. So you gotta take this whip test. I caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple. Caught another apple. Caught another apple slipping. Hey, caught another apple. Let's go slipping. Hey, caught another apple. Let's go slipping. Hey, caught another apple. Let's go. Caught another. Let's go. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple. Caught another apple. Caught another apple slipping. Yo, check this out, man. You wasn't already here, man. Dane Calloway lied to you, man. The research guy lied to you, man. Caremio lied to you, man. Your ancestors come from Africa, whether you like it or not. So no matter what you do, no matter what you say, you will always be an African. You can't deny the facts. You can't deny the evidence. You can't deny the genealogy. You can't deny the DNA. You can't deny it, man. Whether you like it or not, you are African. Call the abo slipping. That's all we do. That's all we do. Let's go.
Got some dewy-eyed thing that you got a friend. I still ask you to look at that mirror. And if nothing staring back at you is friendly, then you've got no friend.